A very good evening and welcome back to Tolerance Oval Abu Dhabi, where we're all set for the last group stage game of this tournament. And it's a big one. It's a mega event. GHK Properties are taking on the Dubai Royals, two renowned teams here in the domestic circuit. Are going to lock horns against each other, and this promises to be an absolute belter of a game. Right then, just a short while ago, I was there in the middle with the two captains and the match referee for the flip of the coin. Well, it's toss time here for match number 20. We're all set for another exciting contest of UPRO Summer Cup Pro Edition 2026. It is the clash of the two heavyweights we have in the domestic circuit. It's GHK Properties taking on Dubai Royals and expecting to have another blockbuster of a contest. It's time now to introduce you to the star cast of this evening. On my left is Mayank Chaudhary, the captain of Dubai Royals. On his left is Rohan Mustafa, the captain of GHK Properties. And the extreme left, of course, is our esteemed match referee, Mr. Preetham. Mayank, you got the coin. Please give a spin.
Tail is the call. It's heads.
मयंक मुबारक हो, टॉस जीत गए, क्या करना चाहेंगे?
सर हम चेज़ करना चाहेंगे।
अब आप बॉलिंग कर रहे हो, क्या लगता है आपको कितना रिस्ट्रिक्ट करेंगे यहाँ पे तो ठीक रहेगा?
सर थोड़ा विकेट ग्रासी विकेट है तो जितना कम से कम पे रोक पाए उतना इजी होगा। बाद में ड्यू का भी थोड़ा फैक्टर रहेगा तो चेज़ करना थोड़ा इजी होगा।
ज़बरदस्त टूर्नामेंट जा रहा है, आप चाहेंगे ये वाला भी जीत जाए ताकि क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में ज़्यादा आसानी हो?
हाँ सर, एक अच्छे नोट पे क्वार्टर फाइनल में जाएँ तो यही कोशिश रहेगी कि अच्छे से मैच जीतें।
कुछ चेंजेस प्लेइंग इलेवन में अगर याद है तो?
याद कपल ऑफ चेंजेस हैं बट अभी याद नहीं मुझे सर।
चलिए, बेस्ट ऑफ लक, गिव अस अ गुड गेम।
थैंक यू सर।
Rohan unfortunately lost the toss. If ever so, you would have won the toss. What was your plan to do on this wicket?
We were thinking to ball first as well. As you know, the later on dew comes in, and when the wind gets stopped, so it's little bit difficult for the fast bowler to bowl. But again, it's a league match. It's better to bat first as well.
Batting first, we've already seen teams scoring more than even 200 runs. You having such a strong batting lineup, how much do you think is going to be a good score you want to post here?
As you know, today it's a good side, and it will not go about 200 because the one side boundary is big, and I think 200, 180, 190 will be the good score. And if you bowl really well on the line, and I think it will not easy to chase it.
Rohan, we've seen you have been exceptional with the ball, but also now with the bat you're scoring runs. How important that is for your team?
Honestly, of course, when you come for opening, most probably your opener or one down player have to score when you want to score big, and I think it's quite important. And being a senior player, I have to do it well in the batting as well. So I think, I did well last match. Hopefully, I do well as well.
Well, best of luck. Give us a good game.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, that's the news, and the confirmation from the centre is that Dubai Royals, they won the toss and they've decided to bowl first. Right then, there you go, the confirmation coming in from the centre. Dubai Royals win the toss, win to bowl first. Now, plenty of stars in both the teams. Starting off with Dubai Royals, Hamid Khan, Abdul Ghaffar, Ronak Panoli, Waleed Afridi, Wasim Akram, the left arm pacer, Junaid Shamsu, Mayank Chaudhary, Awais Ali Shah. Good to see him making a comeback in the team. Mohammad Taimur, Nilansh Keswani, another left arm spinner. And then they have a latest inclusion. Rais Ahmed gets a game. So you can see they've strengthened their batting, and another side who have been unbeaten in this tournament are GHK Properties. Humaj Gondal, Mohit Kalyan, Rohan Mustafa, already couple of player of the matches to his name. Sagar Kalyan missed out to 100 early on in the contest. Ahmed Ali, Shahbaz Ali, Umair Ali Khan, another dynamic of a batter. Fawad Rahi, Harshad Kaushik, Keshav Sharma, the left arm spinner, and Sanjay Pahel. So as I did say, we've got plenty of superstars in this contest, a few UAE cap cricketers as well. We have Nilansh Keswani, who's a UAE cap cricketer. We have Mayank, obviously Rohan, an ex-UAE cricketer. There's so many superstars in this game. And talking about stars, there's one on your screen who's having a great tournament so far. Rohan Mustafa, the captain himself, who's taken the charge. He's been in sublime form, and obviously he comes on to bowl. He does tend to pick up wickets early on for his team. Usually he has been bowling in the power play. And let's have a quick look at the two fielders that they have kept for Rohan Mustafa, who are outside the 30-yard circle. So they have a deep fine leg in position alongside a deep square leg. So those are the two fielders outside the 30-yard circle. But this is a high-octane contest. It's the last game of the group stage of this tournament. We're heading to the quarterfinals tomorrow, but this is a clash of two heavyweight giants in this tournament. And it should be a cracker of a contest. Humaj Gondal on the other end, at the non-strikers end, started off well in the last game and would want to yet again get his team off to a blistering start. Here we go. We're all set, which is seconds away. Wasim Akram, no surprises, will be starting off proceedings with the new ball. We've seen he's been so lethal with the new ball. Of course, another star in the making will be bowling his first delivery of this contest. Beautifully bowled, right on the money. And we're going to have plenty of excitement in this game. We will be witnessing a lot of boundaries and maximums. We are talking about Rohan. How brilliant was he in his last game, where he went on to score 58 in just 41 with 6 boundaries and a huge maximum to his name. With a very healthy strike rate as well. So it's really good that the captain himself, he's gotten into a good form. Oh, charges down the ground and crashes it towards the offside, but very lucky for Wasim Akram. Just 5 meters on the either side of the fielder. Should have gone towards the boundary. Yeah, plenty is expected. Plenty of entertainment is expected in this game. This was one game which I believe most of our viewers, they were pretty much waiting for this contest. It's come a bit late, but here we are. Nicely played. Good use of his wrist. Hamid Khan does well in the end, but Rohan will open his account with a couple of runs. But that's the way he plays, Rohan Mustafa. He'll come out with an intent, and he's somebody who really doesn't care whosoever is bowling against him. Of course, he's somebody who's played a lot of franchise cricket as well. Abu Dhabi T10, IL T20. So he's a man with a lot of experience on his shoulders. That's thrust towards the offside. Gets his first boundary. So he's continuing from where he left off in the last game. And this is why he's such a dangerous batter, top of the order. I mean, there wasn't much wrong with the delivery. It's just that Rohan Mustafa, he has the ability to really convert the good ones, good deliveries into ordinary balls. I mean, that was pitched in a good length. It was a good line, but you could see the way he's created room for himself. He literally manufactured a shot out of nowhere. And now he pulls this one hard. Could be a chance. Oh, he's somehow held on to it. This is a massive moment in the game, and it's a short stay for Rohan Mustafa. Nicely disguised Wasim, banging in shot, had a fielder down just for this kind of a shot. And in the end, Rohan Mustafa has found the fielder on the third attempt. Somehow he's managed to hang on to it, but what a start to this contest already. And Wasim Akram strikes. It's 6 for 1. It's a perfect start here for Dubai Royals already. A wicket down, and that too the man in form. They've got rid of their captain way too early. After being pumped for a boundary, Wasim Akram, and the next delivery was smart enough to bang in shot. And falling in the trap was Rohan. Fawad Rahi, we haven't seen much of him in this tournament. Hasn't really gotten much of a chance to bat. But what a over from Wasim Akram. It's 6 for 1 after 1. Mohammad Taimur to share the new ball. And straight away he's gone right in the block hole, and Humaj Gondal does well. Somehow he's dug this one out. Opens his account with a single. Now so much is going to be dependent also on the shoulders of Humaj Gondal. He's somebody who can really provide that much needed impetus into the start of the innings. He's somebody who will look to go really hard against you. Another very courageous and a fearless cricketer. And I think his services are surely required in this very interesting contest. I wouldn't say it's going to be an important game for both the sides, because both the teams have qualified for the quarterfinals. So they're playing for some pride, because both the teams, of course, they know each other so well. They're really good friends and close to each other off the field, but in the ground, I'm not too sure. They will certainly put up a show this evening. Now, this could be close. And a better throw and things would have been different. Humaj Gondal needs to be careful. And there's no point really taking any unnecessary chances when you've already lost one of your main batters who's been consistently performing with the bat. Scored a lovely 50 even in the last encounter against Kelvin Cricket Club. So now you need to be a little more smart in your approach and construct this innings. Humaj, I don't really think he's going to be holding back, but Fawad, he can take a bit of time out there in the center. Something wrong with the ball. The umpire will just have a quick check. They move to continue. Now that's a very big shot, and how far has this gone? It's gone far enough. And that is a majestic 6 by Fawad Rahi. I did mention we haven't really seen much of him in this contest, but have a look at this. Whack he goes. And he knew that has come right from the middle of his bat. That's gone a long, long way. What a positive start here. Already plenty of excitement in this contest. We've seen a wicket falling. We've seen a thumping boundary. And now, Mohammad Taimur, he's been absolutely dismissed for a huge maxi. And already there's a little bit of conversation going between Junaid, Ronak, Taimur. Mohammad Taimur, he needs to be a little more smart in his approach. I mean, it's that kind of a wicket where you cannot be bowling all that full, because there's not much happening in the surface. I keep on saying this. It's a really good wicket to bat on. Now, once you get your eye in the middle, once you adapt to the surface, it just becomes really easy for you as a batter. Good comeback. It's a good delivery. Just adjusting his length ever so slightly, pulling his length. And Fawad is someone you won't really see. He'll just go all out. He'll just go berserk in the middle. He will really give a lot of value to his wicket. He knows the importance of his role in the side. So he's somebody who will look to build his innings. Yeah, if it's there for the hit, if it's there in his zone, he'll surely go after you. And that is one brave delivery to ball, especially when you hit for a maximum. It's so difficult to perfectly execute and nail in those block hole areas, and that too onto the line of the stumps. Well, no doubt he's a very skilled bowler, Mohammad Taimur. But then again, I think he's done well after he was hit, rather struck for a six. He's bowled a couple of good dot deliveries. Goes hard once again, and the result is the same, exactly the same area he struck earlier. He is looking dangerous, and Fawad Rahi, he's surely announced his arrival in this high octane contest. And look at the swing of the bat, look at the finish and the flurry of his blade. Good little follow through by Fawad, and couple of huge maxis to his name. This is exciting stuff. It's 21 for 1. Useful last over, and it was Fawad Rahi taking the charge and smashing two huge sixes. That itself gives you an indication it's really a good wicket to bat on. There's no real demons as of such. Oh, perfect delivery, and Humaji does well. Quick single, very good calling. And it was Humaj Gondal who persisted and insisted to have a run. And good response by Fawad Rahi, and he's done the right thing, Humaj Gondal. When you know Fawad Rahi, he is in that kind of a mood, you would want to ensure he doesn't really stay off strike for long. And that's what he's done. He's ensured he gets back the man who certainly is on a mission this evening. Fawad Rahi looking dangerous, but this is going to be a challenge. Wasim Akram to Fawad. Nicely done. Once again, excellent running. They do have very good camaraderie, very good clear communication, ensuring there's no real stutter between the wickets. Already an entertaining start to this big game. Both the teams surely would want to continue their winning streak. Of course, Dubai Royals, they've won 2 games out of the 3 they've played. Well, this is high up in the air. And somehow he's done extremely well. Just the last bit of a second, I assumed he's lost his balance. But he's kept his eyes onto the ball, and Humaj Gondal just trying to go for a big shot. I don't think so it was required. And yeah, just there, he somehow managed to keep his balance, didn't really lose his balance overall, and has taken a good catch in the end. It's 23 for 2. New man walks in, Sagar Kalyan. He is an ominous touch. Missed out to be getting his 100 in one of the games early on in this contest, but here he is pretty early to the crease, and he has a big responsibility and a job in his hands this evening. They've lost both their openers pretty early, and Wasim strikes yet again. Beautifully bowled, perfect channel. This is what he has to offer, Wasim Akram. He's somebody who won't really bowl you all that short. He knows that he does have the raw pace. He has the tendency to move the ball both ways. So whilst you could do that, I mean, you're such a blessed bowler. And Wasim Akram, he's tall. He's got a lovely action as well. He's somebody who's been around the domestic circuit for quite a while, has played a lot of franchise cricket as well. So plenty to talk about for Wasim Akram. Sapesh could be a chance. Oh, in fact, it would have been a one-handed blinder. If ever so, he would have hung on to this. I am sure this would have gone down as the best catch we would have witnessed in this tournament. Yeah, I think he did the hard part, but just couldn't have a grip onto it. Lucky escape. That would have been a massive moment in the game to see the back of Sagar Kalyan, who's one of their top and consistent performers for GHK properties. It's going to be wide, surely. Just testing his luck. Wasim Akram did, of course, get a wicket of Rohan Mustafa by bowling a sharp bumper, and Rohan Mustafa, even though he knew that there was a fielder down there, but still he just trusted his instincts. He thought that he could clear the fielder, but yeah, just wasn't his evening, and he has perished early in the contest. Beautifully done. This is excellent pace bowling that we're witnessing. It's 25 for 2 after 3. Twenty-five for 2. Taimur will continue. That's very interesting. Yeah, full and straight. So this is really good to see Hamid Khan, who of course we know that he's done extremely well throughout this tournament with his leadership qualities, and even now he's trusted and is having faith in Mohammad Taimur because he knows he's one of their premier ace bowlers. So you would always want to give them the confidence because they know that they've already qualified. Yes, they're playing against one of the top quality sides who have been unbeaten in this tournament. But yeah, you need that match practice because this man who's on your screen will be bowling with the new ball in the quarterfinals. Picked away, and he's picked the balls out of this one, Sagar Kalyan. That's a huge maximums, and watch out there in the car park. And that is the power this man possesses, Sagar Kalyan. Just the flick of a wrist, really. He didn't try to muscle it. It's just pure class and timing. And Sagar Kalyan, he's made this ball disappear. And it went for long way. Yeah, he's a dangerous batter, Sagar Kalyan, no doubt. It's a real treat to watch every time Sagar Kalyan gets going. I did mention he did miss out. He got, I think, 95, 96, if I can read. But yeah, his services are surely required in this contest. Well, surely that went a real long way. Somehow they have managed to retrieve the ball. Temur is under the pump. He must be feeling the heat because he's been struck for the third maximum in a span of 8 deliveries. Clearly we can see he's struggling at the moment. He needs to pull his length back. The problem has been he's been trying to target the stumps. That's okay. But on this kind of a track where we've hardly seen anything happening for the with the new ball, you need to be very careful. Somebody like Sagar and Fawad Rahi on these tracks, not sure if that is the right ploy. You're bowling in their favorite areas in their arc. Yeah, nicely done, opening the face of the bat. So, very smart cricket, knows he's already gotten a maximum. Over to you, Fawad. So we've already seen quite a few maximums in this innings. We're just into the fourth over. That itself gives you an indication that how good a wicket this is. We've seen a couple of sixes coming in from the bat of Fawad, and now Sagar Kalyan joining the party. Yeah, it is a high scoring ground, surely. We did see a pretty much one-sided encounter this afternoon, but this one surely promises to be an absolute nail-biter of a contest. And that is what you expect when two heavyweights of this tournament collide. Oh, very careful he needs to be. That was mighty close to the leg stump. Could have easily gotten his wicket. And you can see that Mohammad Temur, he took all the pace off. It just looked like it was more like a premeditated stroke. Fawad always wanted to go hard against this delivery, irrelevant to where it was pitched. And if ever so, that was pitched towards the fourth stump channel. I think the way the ball kept low, Fawad Rahi could have easily been cleaned up, or maybe the LBW also could have come into equation. Oh, this is a big shot once again. It's humongous. Forget about this one. That's not coming back. These are not any ordinary sixes. These are enormous, gigantic hits we are witnessing. Make that the fourth maximum. Look at the wrist work. He's got really fast hands, Fawad Rahi. And yet again, he's not learning from his mistakes. Mohammad Temur, I was just mentioning that every time he's looked to go full onto the line of the stumps with pace on, it's not really worked in his favor. It's not working for him. And the moment he takes the pace off the ball, that's why we have seen that he's made life slightly tough for the batters. But what a start to this game. 2 wickets and already plenty of maximums we've seen. Yeah, the man talking to Sagar Kalyan is of course Hamid Khan, who struck 5 sixes in 1 over in the last game. He scored 70, and out of the 70 he scored 60, which were from his sixes. So he struck 10 sixes. Incredible innings that was. Well, surely he's struck this really hard, and it had gone a long way, and that's the reason it took a lot of time to retrieve the ball back. Because when Fawad hits, it stays hit. Oh, what a terrific knock are we witnessing, and Taimur has been under the pump. He's been expensive. He's been bowling way too full to these batters, not really adapting to the surface. Don't really think we're going to see another over from Taimur anytime sooner. Hits it hard once again. Now this is exceptional power hitting by Fawad Rahi. Even though now you can see Mohammad Taimur, he did adjust his length. And this is one shot which is completely gone out of the coaching manual. He's played a lovely on drive upish to get a boundary. It's 45 for 2. Well, so far the man who's found success is Wasim Akram, steaming in once again. Yeah, lovely delivery, taking all the pace off and deceived Sagar Kalyan. You can see he was trying to create some room, and this is where Wasim Akram, he will bring all his experience and expertise into play. He bowled it away from his arc, just bowled it slightly slower as well. So it made it even more tougher for Sagar Kalyan to reach onto the line of the ball. Projected score 216. Wow, if ever so they go on to score that score. Oh, we do have a game in our hands. That's a very high total. This is high up in the air. Could be a chance. Oh, very close. Quite surprisingly, he didn't go for the catch. In fact, it's been given as a no ball as well. So Wasim Akram, he's overstepped, and blessing in disguise for Fawad, because he's the one who will be having the privilege to play the free hit. What an entertaining half an hour we had already. Plenty of sixes galore. Couple of big wickets have fallen. Both the openers back into the hutch, but still these two are ensuring they keep up with a healthy net run rate. Right then, free hit loading. Smart is very intelligent now. This could be close. I think he's gone for the wrong end. And he should have gone towards the non-striker end, but I think nobody really called. If ever so somebody would have called him, he could have tried to hit towards the non-striker end, and clearly we could see that Fawad, he was struggling. Very promising start by the two middle order batters. Fawad Rahi, he is looking in sublime touch on the other end. Sagar Kalyan, he's continuing the onslaught, continuing from where he left off. He's been getting a lot of runs to his name. And this is really sensible now. You can see they know that Wasim Akram at the moment is a threat to them. He's the one who's picked up 2 early wickets. We're in the power play. We already have the runs on the board. So let's just try to ensure we don't throw a wicket. At least let's not give our wicket to Wasim Akram, because he at the moment he's bowling exceptionally well. He's not allowing the batters to free their arms. He's been very smart with the variations. He switched on, isn't he? Oh, well, how do I describe the shot? Sagar Kalyan, I think he realized that all he needs to do is get some bat on it, but he had to do it with one hand. And he does it so well. Excellent improvisation. And surely I think he'll be seeing the funny side of it. Yeah, he did have a wry smile on his face when he struck this for a boundary. We see this shot in tennis ball cricket. In tape ball cricket, we see usually players They just use their one hand and flick it from their presence and get those use maximums. But Sagar Kalyan, is he be playing a lot of tennis ball cricket lately? I don't know. I'll have to ask him. Oh, this is up in the air, and once again he passes the fielder. Back-to-back boundaries. This is not looking good now for the Dubai Royals after they picked up 2 wickets. Wasim Akram now, he's being targeted, and the only problem with this delivery was it was again too full. Yeah, he did roll his fingers, and I think he almost deceived Sagar Kalyan, but then, I mean, in the modern era, these bats is so thick, you get even half of your bat, even these half hits, it will trickle away towards the boundary, and I think that's exactly what's happened. Once again, flicked and flicked nicely. He's toying around with the field, Sagar Kalyan, and surely he's enjoying this outing because he seems to be in a great touch this evening. Yeah, I think it was a nothing delivery, really. Fine, like in the circle, you're asking too much trouble by bowling in that line. 60 for 2 after 5. They're off to a flying start here. GHK properties, even though that they have lost 2 wickets, but then since the arrival of these two, they've steadied the ship. Starts off with a wide. Abdul Ghaffar, another quality left arm tall bowler who uses his height to his advantage. Lot will be expected by Abdul Ghaffar as well. Another veteran, another cricketer who brings a lot of experience on the table. He's having a deep square leg and he's having a deep point for Abdul Ghaffar. Yeah, I wanted to hit a little too hard, but just lucky. On a bad day, on an off day, could have really just gone on to the stump, chop back onto the stumps, but lucky escape. So even if they don't take any kind of unnecessary risks in this over, they should be happy. They should be a happy side compared to Dubai Royals because they have a very good net run rate. They've already gotten 62 and we are still in the power play. So that is exactly what you would want when you bat first, and that too against a quality bowling lineup. So the idea now is that these two, I think they're just trying to play towards the leg side, towards the long on region, because that delivery was going away from Sagar Kalyan, but you can see he's trying to force the issue and wanted to manufacture a shot. Yeah, that's where he wanted to go, but that ball was always going to go away from him. So now that there's not much protection towards the deep, towards the offside, maybe he could go for the inside out shot. That's a safe shot to opt. Yeah, this is crashed. Nobody really moved. It screamed away towards the boundary. And that's exactly what I was mentioning with this line. Why was he opting to go towards the leg side? This is all he has to do. Cut away with precision. And it's gone in no time for another boundary. So this is not looking all that good for Dubai Royals. These two are well settled in the middle, and I think it's high time. Dubai Royals, straight away after the power play is open, you need to introduce either Nilansh or you do have the services of Awais Ali Shah. That is one very exciting inclusion, because I've seen Awais Ali Shah. He's somebody who can really come in and get you those important breakthroughs. A genuine wicket taker. We'll see him soon. Oh, he's missed out. He's missed out. You can see he's not very happy, Sagar Kalyan, because he knew it was there to be hit. His eyes lit up the moment he saw the ball being being banked short. So they're enjoying this little passage of play at the two batters. Fawad already on 27 in no time. Sagar Kalyan, he's raced on to 26 in just 14 deliveries. They needed a partnership after those 2 wickets, and also they have the runs on the board. Yeah, beautifully ball. It just got slightly big on him. I think it was a bit too close to play that kind of a shot. So decent over by Abdul. And what's going to be interesting to see as to who's going to be bowling the next over. I do have a strong feeling, because they're playing with the 2 spinners, 2 left arm spinners. So it has to be either Nilansh or Awais Ali Shah. Both of them are quality left arm spinners. No due as of such. That's good news for both the teams. Beautifully ball. That's a good delivery to close out the power play, which has been a quite fascinating one. It's 67 for 2. Well, as predicted, the captain Hamid Khan straight away has introduced spin into the attack after the power play. Now what these two need to do, they need to ensure they don't allow Nilansh to settle. It's that kind of a wicket where you can really trust and play through the line. There's no spin. Nilansh is a bowler who does have an excellent arm delivery as well, but on this kind of a track, in these conditions, I don't think so there's much going to happen. So these two batters, they could really tend to afford to go aggressive and ensure you don't allow Nilansh Keswani to settle. And if he gets under pressure early on, then there's even more worrying signs coming their way. So far he's done well. He's bowling according to his field. Nilansh Keswani, he's another UAE capped cricketer, very handy, talented bowling all-rounder. Of course, he's somebody who's been lately promoted up the order, has been scoring the bulk of runs for his team. So yeah, Nilansh, of course, is somebody who adds a lot of value in his team. And so far, he's doing a decent job to keep these two batters quiet. They're coming back for the second. Excellent running. And this is something which we really haven't seen in this tournament. I mean, now Sagar, he's very experienced. Fawad, of course, we know he's a raw talent. So there are these huge gaps towards the leg side. These huge pockets where all you need to do is just nudge the ball. Fielder is coming from the rope down in the deep. So all you have to do is ensure you just place the ball in those big gaps and get easy couple of runs, and that's exactly what we saw on the fourth delivery. It's 73 for 2 after 7. In fact, there's one more delivery remaining, so no boundaries as of such. Could get it though in the last delivery. That's not the best of efforts, but yeah, they will easily come back for another couple of runs. Decent start by Nilanj, giving only 7 in his first over. It's 74 for 2. Couple of quiet overs. Abdul Ghaffar keeping things relatively tight in the middle. And this is aerial. I don't think it's gone too far. In fact, it's gone into those big buckets of Junaid Shamsu. And this is a massive wicket. You could see that there was a bit of pressure now being mounted on the two batters because we didn't see boundaries in the last 2 overs. And now Sagar Kalyan getting a little carried away after such a promising start. He will have to head towards the dugout. So getting an all-important breakthrough is Abdul Ghaffar. It's 74 for 3. Well, this is why he's in the team, Abdul Ghaffar, and that's what he's been doing consistently throughout his career. Comes in and bowls in these tough situations and gets his team back into the contest. We could see that both these batters, they were really cruising along, they were motoring along. It was getting very difficult for any of the bowlers to settle in. They were severe against them, especially Taimur. He was struggling and he was taken to cleaners by Fawad Rahi especially. So yeah, Abdul Ghaffar providing that much needed breakthrough for his team. That partnership was growing in confidence. It was looking quite threatening. But now this is a great chance to really restrict them and ensure they don't go on to score a big total. Beautifully ball. That's an excellent delivery once again. So there's another Kalyan out there in the center. Sagar Kalyan, who did get off to a good start. And in comes another destructive batter, Mohit Kalyan. Now, he's another batter who's found his form in this tournament. Another consistent performer. Each and every single game he does his bit. He will do well in every game. He'll ensure he first adapts to the situation, gets used to the surface. And then once he's used to the conditions and the wicket, then it's very difficult to get rid of Mohit Kalyan. We've seen what he did even in the last game against Kelvin Cricket Club. I understand it was a pretty much one-sided encounter, but then again the way he batted, he just took the charge and really tore the bowling apart. Both the teams should be happy at this stage. GHK, they do have the runs on the board. On the other end, Dubai Royals, they've managed to somehow pick up 3 early wickets. Yeah, it's a really good ball. So Abdul Ghaffar, he certainly brought his team back into this game, and he's been very clever with the variations. You can see he's every time looking to change his pace. He's not been predictable at all. Having a deep third man, deep cover, long on, long off, a deep square and a deep mid wicket. A dot to close out another successful over for Abdul Ghaffar. It's 76 for 3. Couple of players, of course, first Abdul Ghaffar ball exceptionally well. Then Nilansh was disciplined in his first over, and then Abdul Ghaffar disengaging the partnership, getting a huge wicket of Sagar Kalyan. This is a great time now to really get grip onto this game. Ensure you get through 2 to 3 quiet overs, and that's where you will see the batters will get frustrated. They will play a bit more freely. They will look to go for the big shots now. Yeah, should have been stopped. Just a fumble by Nilansh has allowed Mohit to steal a single. Imagine if Fawad goes hard on this delivery. I think Nilansh, he would be livid with himself as to why did he allow Mohit to bring Fawad on strike early in this over. Oh, he does well. Nilansh, he's a very clever operator. You wouldn't expect him to bowl any kind of looseness. He's somebody who reads the batter right till the end, watches his feet movement, and then second there ball once again. Call is for 2. They should be able to come back. No, in fact, denied. Yeah, no point to take any unnecessary chances. That will be such a horrible feeling to get run out when your team is already 3 down. It's going to be very interesting to see as to when does Mohit Kalyan decide to unleash. At the moment you can see that Nilansh, the lines as to which he's bowling, he's been on the 4th stump and the off stump channel, very consistent. It's not easy to just keep on bowling in one lines. Again, right onto the stumps, and now they've ran the first one hard. In fact, again, good bit of feeling, and will only be a single. So it's a good little recovery passage for Dubai Royals. It's 80 for 3. This is the last over before the players will head to the drinks break, and I think it's going to be the right approach if Mohit Kalyan just looks to see off this over. Wali Afridi, the new bowler, they need to target someone. Maybe Wali could be the option because Nilanj has been very tight, and on the other hand, Abdul Ghaffar has been so consistent. Both the two bowlers, both the left-arm bowlers, of course, one is a pace bowler, other one is a spinner, but they've ensured they didn't really allow the batters to free their arms, and that's all because of some disciplined line and lens bowled in the right channels. So maybe Wali could be one bowler that they could target. Quick single, and they do well. Good calling. Still, they have decent batting left. Of course, they have the likes of Harshit Kaushik. Then they have Shahbaz Ali, Sanjay Pahel can bat as well. So they do have depth in the batting, and of course, Umair Ali Khan, he's yet to come as well. But at the moment, I think Dubai Royals will be much happier compared to GHK Properties. I mean, after they lost those 2 wickets, both the openers they went early. Since then, it was Sagar Kalyan, Fawad Rahi. They steadied the ship. They ensured they stay in the middle, but at the same time, they also made sure that they keep up with the net run rate. There were big overs coming in, and they were absolutely severe against Taimur. A very smart bowling. Wali is doing a fine job at the moment. Well, talking about the weather, we had, of course, an early game this afternoon, and it was somewhere around 40 degrees. It was absolutely hot and humid here in Tolerance Oval. Humidity was somewhere around 55%, but now it's gotten more cooler. Somewhere around 33 degrees Celsius at the moment. The humidity still is on the higher side. It's 64%. Sharp bumper. Just testing Fawad Rahi with one sharp bumper. You can afford to do so because you've already bowled an exciting over. You've been very economical. Haven't given just trying his luck. And it's a right approach when you know you have a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket. You can always afford to bang in shot. At least you're bowling according to your field. Nicely disguised. That's a very good delivery to close out another quiet over. 10 overs gone. It's 83 for 3 and the players will take drinks. Back after a short little break. The launch will continue, rightfully so. He's been economical. Hasn't really let the batters free their arms. The key so far has been the Nilansh. He's ensured he doesn't leave his line. He's been playing around with his length ever so slightly. I really like the way he's bowling. And the right channels, not allowing the batters to go aerial against him. Fawad Rahi, all of a sudden he slowed down a little bit. The way he was batting initially, it just looked like there was no stopping. But since the departure of his partner Sagar Kalyan, you can now see maybe that he has that sense of responsibility and might be thinking that it's me who need to stay right till the end. He knows his wicket is going to be a very important one from this juncture, because Mohit, he's just walked in the middle. Yeah, I know he's in good touch. Of course, Mohit has been in excellent form. But then again, Fawad Rahi, the way he's batting, you don't want to be throwing away your wicket after such a great start. He's been dealing in maximums rather than the boundaries. And there you go. That I just mentioned a couple of overs ago that these cricketers, they're so smart. And that's why they're one of the top sides we have here in the domestic circuit. Again, reading the game so well. Excellent game awareness shown by Fawad Rahi. Knew where the fielder is coming right from the rope, from the boundary skirting. So all he has to do is just place towards the leg side in those huge pockets. And there is always a 2, and that's exactly what he did. Another 2 runs to his name. I wanted to blast this, but very lucky for Nilansh. I think he bowled it way too full, so he couldn't really get underneath the ball. This is very exciting passage of play. We haven't really seen any boundaries coming in, and all thanks to Abdul Ghaffar and the man on your screen, Nilansh Keswani, are doing a fine job for their team. So now all they have to do is ensure they don't get frustrated, Mohit and Fawad, because I just have a feeling something's got to give, because I don't remember when was the last time we saw a boundary. Maybe it's 3 overs. So I do sense some urgency will be coming in the next over. Single to close out the 11th over. It's 89 for the loss of 3. Wally to continue bowled good economical over now. On the very first delivery, he's been dismissed for a huge maximum. And that is what they need, because we've already seen 4 quiet overs on the trot. And it's high time. They need to get going. Yeah, nicely done. He's read the variation. Wali Afridi, we've seen him bowl quite a few variations even in the first over. But this time you could see Fawad. He was sitting back and was waiting. And got into an excellent position, has thumped this for a huge maximum. So it's a good start to the over. Pressure on Wali. So this is the time now, Fawad and Mohit, they need to make sure they convert this into a big over. Because you've gotten a maximum on the very first delivery. Try to convert this into a 18-20 run over. He's just one big hit away for Fawad Rahi to get a well-deserved half century, and that too against a top quality bowling lineup. Wali Afridi would be under some pressure though. Oh, beautifully done. A snorter by Wali Afridi. And he's completely beaten him by pace. Even though if you would have connected this, there was an element of risk. He does have a third man down there in the deep. Also, he has a deep point and so it's a good ploy considering he has a deep square and deep mid wicket as well. So short delivery could be a good option. Again, beaten by pace. That's quick. That's some serious pace we're witnessing by Wali Afridi. And you can see from where Mayank Chaudhary had collected this last delivery. It just is a testament to the fact that if you have the raw pace, it really will not matter on which kind of a track you're bowling, what surface it is. Ball at the rate of knots is charging in once again, Wali. Well, this is a terrific comeback by Wali Afridi. As a bowler, I'm sure all the viewers watching this game, they all love this game. They play this game maybe every single day. And the bowlers, they're aware that it's never a great feeling when you hit for a maximum or a boundary on your very first ball. You're always under the pressure and you're just trying to bail out. You want to make sure you don't give any further runs. And that's where you try to do things which aren't really necessary. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. It's a no ball though. I think he's overstepped surely. So he was bowling so well after being hit for a maximum, but then now he's overstepped and that will be a free hit for Fawad. So now he has a great chance to get to his half century with a glory hit. Well, he has been on the shorter side so far in this over. Maybe he could surprise Fawad with one full delivery, because if you do have the raw pace which this man possesses, you can always afford to bowl. I think the message will be loud and clear from the dugout. They should look to go hard after maybe an over or two. Yeah, because they still have quite a few power hitters left to come in next. And now that you have gotten almost 100 runs in the 12th over, you need to make it count. The last 8 overs, get around 80, 90 runs. Try to get some around 190. Even 200 could be on the cards, considering the batting depth they have. Will only be a single to close out the 12th over. It's 98 for 3. Nilansh will look to bowl out. His 4 over quota has been mighty impressive so far. Mohit Kalyan on the other end, he's well settled. Needs to go hard. He goes big, goes aerial, and he gets plenty of bat. Well, this is much more like it. They need to go hard from the word go, and excellent use of the feet. I mean, that was a good delivery. If ever so, he would have stood his ground and Mohit Kalyan would have tried to then hit. It would have been a very tough shot to execute, but he's used his feet to his advantage and quite fittingly came down the ground and has smashed this for a huge maximum to start off the 13th over. Once again, we're seeing a maximum being struck on the very first delivery. That's what we saw in the last over with Wali Afridi. He was pumped for a huge maximum. But can we see a replica of what Wali did? It's not going to be easy though to keep them quiet now. Smashes it, but straight to the fielder. Dot delivery. That's what they don't want. They don't want as to what happened in the last over after such a good start to the over. Couldn't really cash on to the opportunity. Couldn't really convert it into a big one. Yeah, it's a similar kind of a delivery where he bowled the first one, but on that occasion, Mohit came down the track and he made it much easier for him. But this time, again, he stood his ground and wanted to play a shot, which was quite a difficult option. Yeah, this is really good. Excellent bowling as to what we are witnessing. Nilansh has been unlucky. He's not picked up a wicket. He was brought into the attack at a stage where the batters were going absolutely berserk. So we need to give a lot of credit to Nilansh Keswani bringing his team back into the contest, because the way they were batting, Fawad and Sagar Kalyan, they seem to be unstoppable. But of course, Nilansh Keswani is somebody who won't really go for many runs. Oh, that is a big shot once again. It's a biggie. A humongous hit by Fawad Rahi, and Nilansh Keswani has been expensive in his last over. But excellent use of the feet once again. You can see that he tried to create some room for Fawad. And what a way to get his 15. Well-deserved one. He's getting a standing ovation from the dugout, and why not? Getting a 50, and that too against a top quality lineup and in a very important stage of the tournament as we head into the quarterfinals from tomorrow onwards. So this is good signs. Of course, Rohan Mustafa missed out today. He's in excellent form. We'll keep the chat alive after this over. It's 112 for 3. Wali to continue, bowled a lovely last over. Oh, that is unfortunate. Wali Afridi, I did mention he bowls with quite a bit of pace and bowling a little short. But you can now sense that they are throwing the kitchen sink at. They're trying to now explode and shift gears, and I think that's the right move, because there's no real point to just try to look for the singles and doubles at this stage. You do have so much firepower left. You have two batters who are well set. Fawad, he's batting in his 50s. Mohit Kalyan, we've already seen the last over, he struck a huge maximum. So yeah, the stage is now set for the two batters to really go all out. Yeah, trying to hit it way too hard. For one, wanted to blast this out of the park. completely deceived in the end. He's been on the shorter end, that's for sure. Wali Afridi, I've hardly seen him bowl anything fuller. We saw where Taimur, he opted to bowl full in the arc in the zone of Fawad Rahi, and he was severe against him. Bowled a couple of very expensive overs, and Wali, I think he just knew that bowling full to them is not going to be the right option. That surely is going to be no ball. I think they're just looking at the umpire. But by the naked eye, it looked like that was over the waist. We'll have to wait for the signal though. There you go. Confirmation coming in. It is going to be a no ball. It was above the waist. And the privilege to strike big on the free hit is going to be Mohit Kalyan to face the free hit. Yeah, the man on the right with Wali, he has a big job in his hands this evening. Ronak Panoli. Good to see him back in form. He struck some huge sixes in the last game, of course. Hamid Khan and Ronak Panoli, destructive duo, did a lot of damage. And now a lot of advice is coming in from Ronak Panoli. Yeah, whatever he's saying, just listen to him. He's a very smart cricketer, Ronak Panoli. Trying to hit it way too hard. That's what we saw. Even Fawad tried to just play with a cross-batted shot with minimal success. Even now, Mohit Kalyan wanted to clear the boundary, but just couldn't get the timing and the desired connection. Awais Ali Shah, well, he hasn't been introduced into the attack. I think he might be the best option to bowl from the pavilion or from the far end, beg your pardon, because Nilansh, he's done for the evening. He's bowled his 4 over quota. He's done exceptionally well. Well, this is not gone too far, and he's put it down. And I was just praising Awais Ali Shah, and he's one of the finest fielders we have, but he's made a mess of this one. Yeah, he had to cover a bit of distance, had to backpedal as well, but really, we do expect much more from Awais. He's a gun fielder, but we have to wait and see how costly could this be proving, because you don't want to be dropping Fawad when he's in this kind of a mood. So he was dropped when he was batting on 57. Again, it's high up in the air. And another lucky escape for Mohit Kalyan on this occasion. We saw a similar kind of a stroke when Fawad Rahi tried to blast it towards the leg side. Got a thick outside edge, and now it's a replica as to what we are seeing. Same result, same area. It's a boundary. It's turning out to be a useful over. 11... in fact, 12 runs so far have been accumulated. They need to get somewhere around 180, 185. Dubai Royals, they've strengthened their batting. They do have the services of Rais Ahmed. He's the latest inclusion. Of course, he's by far one of the most explosive right-handed batters we have in the domestic circuit, and he's been all over the limelight in the last couple of seasons or so. He's pulled this one away. And, brilliant bit of work. I think Nilansh, he's certainly saved a couple of runs for his team. Very good presence of mind and excellent game awareness. Has done a great job. It's 126 for 3. Well, this is a very interesting move by the captain. He's opted to reintroduce Mohammad Taimur back into the attack, who was quite expensive in his first spell. Let's see if the decision pays off. And it was Fawad Rahi who went hard at him. And now he pulls it, but there is protection. Will only be a single. So Taimur, of course, we know he's very handy with the old ball as well. He has the experience to use the new ball to his advantage. The only problem is that Fawad Rahi, he just took him to the cleaners, and it was very comfortable for Fawad Rahi every time he was facing Taimur. Thick outside edge, and no real damage done. So we're going down to the last 5 overs of this innings. Abdul Ghaffar, surely he's going to bowl a couple of overs. You've got Wasim Akram, he's got 1. And then you have the likes of Wali Afridi, who has 1 more over to his name. So it just seems like that they have not opted to go with spin of Awais Ali Shah. It's been pulled away. Dealing in singles at the moment. Singles isn't going to bother Dubai Royals one bit. Who can forget that innings of Hamid Khan and Ronak Paroli? They chased down 163 odd runs in just 11.3 overs. That was their last game. But yeah, obviously it's going to be a different challenge altogether, because the bowling that they will face is, of course, by far one of the best quality bowling as to what we will witness. GHK properties. Shahbaz Ali, Umair, Rohan Mustafa. Banked in short, should be a wide. Yeah, in fact it is. So yeah, the bowlers, they do have Keshav Sharma, the left arm spinner. Sanjay Pahel, man from Haryana, of course, has played a lot of Ranji cricket back in India. He was the player of the match in one of the games in this tournament. So they do have the firepower in their bowling lineup, but still. Oh, that is an exquisite shot. Wow! From where has he managed to generate that kind of a power? It's a very tough shot to execute, and hold the pose, young man. 1 for the photographers. It's gone all the way. Incredible hitting. Oh, I'm not really surprised, to be honest. I've seen Mohit Kalyan do this time and time again. He is a class act. And that was a treat to watch. What a fabulous strike by Mohit Kalyan, and Taimur again has been struck for a huge maximum. He's been expensive, so it had to be either Taimur or Awais Ali Shah. They've opted to go with pace, which hasn't worked so far. Yeah, beautifully bowled. Nicely done. We haven't seen much of these from Mohammad Taimur. It has been pace on, way too full. And they've taken the charge against him. Once again, this is up in the air. I think he has found the gap. Now, this is some very smart batting. He knew where the field is. There was no deep cover. There was a deep point. And that's where he intentionally went over the top, knowing that there was no risk whatsoever. Another expensive over for Mohammad Taimur. It's 140 for 3. Yeah, they had to bring Ghaffar early because Taimur, he's been taken to cleaners. He's given a lot of runs. I'm not too sure with that move. I mean, when you know that there's two batters who are well set, they're really taking the charge. This is the time they're going to go after you. You've thrown the ball to someone who didn't have the best of outings with the new ball early on. I understand if the wicket is doing something, then you could have asked Taimur to come in and bowl. But at a stage where he's not having the best of evenings, he was introduced when these two batters are seeing the ball extremely well. Now that's gone aerial. It's not gone too far. Oh, he's put it down. He's dropped a sitter. And who is it? It's Nilaj Keswani. Yeah, it's something which you don't really see much often. That was an easy catch put down. He had ample time. He had all the time in the world to really balance himself, get underneath the ball, which he did eventually. I'm not too sure what went wrong. But yeah, gets a life. Mohit Kalyan. Fortune favouring the brave, they say. This has turned out to be a brilliant partnership between these two. They've constructed this innings beautifully. There was a bit of a stutter in between when they lost Sagar Kalyan, but since the arrival of Mohit Kalyan, they're now taking the charge. Again, it's a short delivery. It's a thick outside edge. So even from this stage onwards, they should be eyeing somewhere around 190. Pretty much possible. Not asking much. I mean, in the modern era, and on these kind of wickets where I keep saying that there's very minimal to offer for the bowlers, for the fast bowlers, for the spinners. Hardly is there anything happening in the middle. It's just the bowlers who are bringing all their expertise into play. And most of these cricketers, because I know most of them, and they've been playing a lot of cement cricket back in those days. I mean, talking about Umair Ali Khan, he's been around the domestic circuit for I don't know how many years, maybe 15 to maybe a couple of decades. Yeah. Rohan Mustafa as well. So back in those days, we didn't have many grounds where we had these classy grounds. I mean, there were only two grounds I remember in Dubai, DCC 1 and DCC 2, they used to say. Two famous turf grounds, and I mean, if ever so we could have gotten a chance to play on that ground, it was such a blessing. I mean, it was a dream to play on turf wickets back in those days. So these bowlers, they've grew here in the UAE. They've played a lot of cricket. They understand how to bail out. And coming to the point, the bottom line is that they have been playing a lot of cricket on cement, concrete wickets. Imagine how difficult is it to stop the batters from hitting you. And there, these bowlers, they've been doing exceptionally well, bowling economically and ensuring they don't go for runs. So if ever so you don't give runs on cement wickets, imagine what you're going to do on turf. So yeah, it's the expertise, it's the experience which really counts end of the day. And surely they're now showcasing their skill level and talent. Are the bowlers of Dubai Royals. Off day for, of course, one of their fast bowlers, Taimur. He's been a little wavered. He's been bowling way too full to these batters and also spraying the ball a little bit in the last overs. Not so this man. He's been right on the money so far. Would want to finish off strong. Or surely another no ball. Or have they gotten away with this? I don't think so. But surely now this is going to be a close call. Or in fact, it's been given as a no ball. By the naked eye, it looked like it's a no ball. But yeah, it's the umpire who will make his final decision. And it's going to be a free hit. So what was turning out to be a quiet over now could turn into a big one. Won't say big one, but at least if they get a boundary or a maximum, they should be pretty much happy and getting to that 150. Yeah, let's have a look at the last delivery. Oh, come on. I mean, I really don't understand what is the argument there. It's a clear no ball. It's way above the waistline. And I think they need to get on with the game. Even though if the umpire has called it wrong, they need to get on with the game. It's the umpire's decision, is the final decision. He's there for a reason. And you need to respect the game. And this is something which I'm seriously against these cricketers. They're senior members of UAE domestic cricket, and now they have gone aerial and dispatched into the orbit. So that free hit working for them, and that is a mighty hit. It's 152 for 3. Well, this is an interesting move. I'm not too sure. Are they asking a bit too much from a Vaisali shot to come into ball at this stage of the game? In fact, it's worked in their favor. He's created magic in the middle and he's produced a wicket on his very first delivery. This is exciting scenes out there. He's picked up an important wicket. And finally, the partnership has been disengaged. 152 for 4. Well, so far the decision has paid off in their favor to introduce a spinner into the attack. That too in the 17th over. Of course, nothing to take away Vaisali Shah's. He's a terrific bowler, but on the second delivery now, this is gone high and very close. Could have been a catch, but then again, already an exciting start to this over. A wicket followed by a huge maximum. The very first ball, look at that. He shuffled across the stumps. And he's gone big. That's a gigantic hit by Harshit Kaushik. What a start for the hard-hitting left-handed batter Harshit Kaushik. Goes hard once again. And it's the same result. Back-to-back maxis. What an over we're witnessing. A wicket followed by a couple of huge maxis, and he goes downtown. Surely he's enjoyed this hit. It's a big one. Where's Ali Shah? That's what I was saying. Is it a bit too much to ask for? They send a left-handed batter knowing Awais Ali Shah is a left-arm bowler who'll bring the ball in. Now this is smashed once again, and the result is the same. Boundary to follow. Already 16 runs have been looted. In fact, he did go on to pick up a wicket. Still, it's turning out to be a massive over in the context of play. And now, surely the 200 is certainly on the cards. They need only 32 in a span of 20 deliveries. Yeah, I think they can get more than 200 now the way they're batting. Fawad is well set. Harshit, he's come out with an intent, and that is to just blast the bowling. But what an innings so far are we witnessing, of course, by Fawad Rahi and Harshit Kaushik. He's not wasting any time whatsoever. Straight away he's getting on with the business. Yeah, got away with this one. It's a dot. It's a rare dot delivery. Already quite a few runs on the board. To keep on batting this way, 200 is definitely on the cards. Don't really think we're going to see another over from Awais Ali Shah, though. It's going to be way too risky. Yeah, that is not the best of deliveries. It was drifting down the leg side, and we were asking a lot of trouble on that kind of a delivery. So it's a massive over. 20 runs have been looted in the 17th over. And that's how they closed out. Losing his balance slightly, but still getting plenty of bat. 172 for 4. Tries to hit this hard. Fawad Rahi, what a brilliant innings he's played. He came out at a stage where they lost 2 wickets. But he's really provided that much needed impetus to this innings. He's still out there. That is good news for GHK Properties. At one stage it looked like that even they might just get 180, 190, but the way Harshit Kaushik has started this innings, surely they would be eyeing 210, pretty much possible. Abdul Ghaffar by far has been the standout bowlers in this contest. We've seen all the other bowlers struggling. Oh, direct hit, and he was a goner, surely. It has been a struggle so far for most of the bowlers. Taimur, of course, did struggle. Nilansh bowled well until his last over, and then that decision to bring Awais Ali, it did look like it had paid off because he went on to pick up a wicket of Mohit Kalyan. But GHK Properties, they're very smart. What they did is they sent a left-handed batter when Awais was bowling. So it's always very difficult to get rid of somebody like Harshit Kaushik, who's a hard hitter. He will come out all guns blazing, and yeah, this is what he's done. Look at that, 21 in just 6 deliveries now. That's not going to be the easiest of catches. But he's done well. Hamid Khan, he had to cover a lot of distance. Abdul Ghaffar was ball watching. I think it was Abdul Ghaffar who had a better chance in taking this. But I think Hamid Khan, he called early and he said, it's mine, so get out of my way, which Abdul did eventually. And Hamid, he's taken a brilliant catch. It wasn't easy by any means. It's an excellent innings by Fawad Ali, which is finally now come to an end. It's 174 for 5. Well, this man is in top form. Be it with the ball, be it with the bat in his hand, he is in great touch. He adds so much value and he's a major asset in GHK properties to have in the side. Abdul Ghaffar steaming in. And Sanjay Pahel goes hard on the very first ball. He's knocked this out of the park. What a shot! I was just praising this man for a reason because look at what he's done on the very first ball. He's gone bang, and that is enormous. This is tremendous striking by the batters of GHK properties. They seem to be unstoppable at the moment. Sanjay Pahel, of course, I mentioned the man from Haryana, India. He has vast experience. He went on to play the ILT20 as well, which was held in Abu Dhabi. And of course, he's played a lot of Ranji games as well. Now, this hasn't gone too far. Nilans again gets an opportunity and holds on to it this time. We did drop a catch early on, but yeah, I think you don't expect Nilans to be dropping again and again, and especially these kind of easy chances. Yeah, he's a gun fielder. It's taken a good catch. Short stay for Sanjay. He had to go hard, which he did. Eventually got 6 important runs for his team. It's 180 for 6. Well, he is the big man, Umair Ali Khan. Again, he's come on to bat so late down the order. Just 13 more legal deliveries to go. And straight away he goes big. But there is protection in the deep, so will be a single to retain strike in the next over. Excellent figures for Abdul Ghaffar. He's done for the evening. 3 wickets to his name and has given only 29 in 4 overs. Excellent. 181 for 6. Well, we could be in for an exciting finish in this innings. Umair Ali Khan, again, he has no time whatsoever to settle in. He'll have to go from the word go. Oh, that's up in the air. And once again, an easy catch has been picked. So short stay for Umair. And yet again, this man has been sent way down the order. He needs some time in the middle. Umair Ali Khan, he's way better than this. But again, GHK properties, they've held him back and he's been sent down the order way too late. And he had absolutely no options but to go hard from ball 1, where he didn't find success. It's 181 for 7. Keshav Sharma will have a big job to do in the next innings with the ball, but now at the moment, all eyes on his batting abilities. Can he strike big? Yeah, he's done the right thing. Very sensible batting. He's ensured that he gets Harshit Kaushik back on strike is as soon as possible. And this is where I think Keshav has been so smart. He's brought the game awareness into play. Because you've already lost a wicket. So what would have happened if Keshav would have gone hard, and if ever so he would have lost his wicket or a dot? I mean, each and every delivery from this stage is super important. Could be making a difference of them getting and surpassing the 200 or not. Oh, perfect Yorker. Nothing much Harshit could have done. So he's shown trust and faith in Keshav Sharma, and he's opted to take a single. Now I think Keshav can go hard. There's still 3 more deliveries to go. He needs to back his power hitting ability. Of course, we know how capable a bowler he is. We'll see him in the next innings with the ball. But can he get these much needed runs in the last 3 deliveries is the question. He struck this one really hard down the ground. And excellent bit of fielding. Awais Ali Shah. He's timed his dive to perfection. Another bowler who's found a lot of success. So the left arm bowlers, it has been their evening. They've done a fine job. Abdul Ghaffar, the left arm bowler, he's done for the evening. He's picked up 3 wickets, gave 29 runs. Then we saw Nilanjke Swani. Unfortunately, he didn't go on to pick up a wicket, but then he was so miser, economical. And he had to come and bowl at a stage where the batters were going all guns blazing. So hats off, he too did his bit. And now you can see what the left arm speedster, he's done. 3 wickets to his name. And he's still got a chance to grab another one. Oh, which he eventually would have done, but the keeper has made a mess of it. And Mayank Chaudhary, what have you done? Wasim Akram, he's got a smile on his face, but really that should have been taken. That was a simple chance. But yeah, the story would have been different if ever so. It was a crunch game. It's not a knockout game. We're not still into quarterfinals. It's the last group stage game of this tournament. So Wasim is seeing the funny side of it. If ever so, this match was close. Oh my word, Wasim Akram. I've seen him when he's fuming. Last delivery of the penultimate over. This is brilliant. I mean, the execution has been perfect in this over, and he's nailed in those Yorkers. Brilliant figures for Wasim Akram. It's 186 for 7. So they need another 14 to reach to the magical number of 200. Wali Afridi, he's somebody who has bowled with a lot of heat. He had generated quite a bit of pace. It's going to be Keshav Sharma to face the very first delivery of the last over, and he's struck this one really hard, but will only be a single. So yeah, it's something which GHK Properties wouldn't mind. They would want Harshit Kaushik to go on to face these majority of the deliveries in the last over. But what an entertaining first innings is what we have witnessed already. It wasn't the best of starts, mind you. They lost to Rohan and Humaj Gondal early. Well, this could be a soft dismissal. It is. So Wali Afridi has picked up a very important wicket where Harshit could have made a vast difference by picking up these important runs, maybe get another 15 to 18 runs. But well, he's such a smart operator. You could see that he did try to create some room, and this is where he took all the pace off, varied his pace. An excellent variation came into play, getting him his first wicket. 187 for 8. Shabaz Ali, he's no muck with the bat, I promise you. He can really pack a punch. But he'll have to swing the bat hard from ball 1, which he does. And will get only a single. So they need a couple of huge maximums to reach to the 200 figure. Still possible. Keshav Sharma does have the ability to clear these boundaries. But terrific comeback by Dubai Royals. At one stage it really looked like they're going to surpass even 215, 220 the way they were batting. Yeah, call is for 2. They should be able to come back for the second easily. Oh, in fact, he's overran Wes, and they're going to come back for the third. No, I think it's going to be a run out. Yeah, he's been given out on field. And the idea was right, because he made a huge fumble down in the deep. And there was always a 3 eventually, but a good throw by Ovesari, getting another wicket in a form for run out. It's 188. In fact, it's 189 for 9. Let's have a look once again. Yeah, just there. And you don't want to be challenging the arm of Awais Ali Shah. He's got a rocket of an arm. And that's how it has happened. Yeah, very good decision on field. He had no hesitations to raise his finger. It's 188. In fact, it's 189 for 9. Last 2 deliveries remaining. Now this is high up in the air. They're going to second. This is going to be close. In fact, it's a run out. Surely it is. Yeah, given out on field, and they've been bundled out. And this is how the last wicket has gone. He wanted to go for a big shot, Ahmed, rightfully so. But he's done exceptionally well, Wali Afridi. Look at the throw. Rocket of an arm. And right onto the top of the stumps, and Mayank does extremely well to dislodge the bails. Yeah, very good decision by the umpire once again. So they've been bundled out, but they have runs in the board. 190 is what they've posted, which is a fighting score on this kind of a wicket. But Dubai Royals, of course, they have the firepower as well in their batting lineup to chase anything being posted by the opponents. Yeah, it wasn't the best of starts. They lost the 2 openers early, and then it was the show of Fawad and Sagar. Mohit then providing the much needed impetus, and Harshit went berserk against Awais, getting 23. Yeah, good bowling. Awais, I think it was very expensive. Mohammad Taimur, it wasn't his evening, but the pick of the bowlers were. Of course, he bowled exceptionally well. And in the end, they've scored 191. We'll take a short break and we'll be back after a break. Stay tuned. We're back live after a short little break. First innings done and dusted. 191 is what GHK properties have managed to score after not the best of starts. They lost those two early wickets, but some exceptional batting performance by, of course, the two Kalyans, Sagar Kalyan and Mohit Kalyan. And then, of course, Fawad, he batted so beautifully, got those important runs for his team. And then Harshit Kaushik providing that much needed finish for his team. Well, duo Hamid Khan and Ronak Panoli. And I can promise you we're going to be in for a lot of entertainment if ever so these two get going. Sixes a will galore, and we are in for one of a run chase. Shahbaz Ali to start off proceedings. Straight away cuts it, and a bit of a misfield, should go towards the boundary. In fact, it will. So Shahbaz is not going to be a happy man, because what should have been a dot delivery, in the end it's been converted into a boundary. It was short, it was there to be hit. But good little adjustment. You can see Hamid Khan, he wanted to just blast it maybe towards the leg side, but then he saw that the ball, it did hold up into the surface, and that's where he adjusted. You can see he's literally taking his off-stump guard. Well, this is a brilliant start here for the captain Hamid Khan. Excellent improvisation. He just used the pace of Shahbaz Ali, and that is exactly the start they need. Usually we see Hamid Khan opening his innings with those huge maximums, but today it's quite the opposite. He struck a couple of boundaries and two very classical strokes. Very unlike Hamid Khan. You don't really see him cutting the ball along the carpet. Yeah, he will slash you over the top, aerial, but very calm and composed. Surprising. Quick single, bit of a stutter between the two. Careful. Oh, darn it, and it would have been interesting. It's a good little start, and another explosive batter is now on strike. Ronak Panoli. Yeah, they say never run on a misfield, and that's exactly what they did. But yeah, I think even if ever so this would have hit directly, he did well to reach. Good to see Ronak Panoli is back in form. In the last game, he was unstoppable. Will be facing his first delivery this evening. And straight away, he's bounced onto this. Oh, what a catch! In fact, he's tripped over the boundary line. And Ronak Panoli, for a moment, his heart would have been in his mouth, because the moment he struck that, I thought he's got plenty of bat on this one. But then he's taken a good catch, but just wasn't aware where the boundary line skirting is. It's been given us 6 runs. It's a big over already. The plan almost worked for Shahbaz Ali. He had a fielder down there in the deep mid-wicket station just for this kind of a shot from Ronak. Oh, it's not working. Short stuff. At the moment, we can see that the two batters, it's been very easy for them to deal with these kind of deliveries. And Shahbaz Ali, he's been on the shorter side. Yeah, there you go. The roll of the fingers. Not too sure if it's required at this stage. It's just the first over, and Shahbaz Ali, he's such a talented bowler. We do see him, usually he pitches the ball in those good length areas. And from there, with a nice skiddy action, he gets a lot of assistance. He gets a lot of bounce and kick off the wicket. Oh, this is already a massive over. 19 runs have been looted. Exquisite timing, but straight to the field. And nonetheless, this is a massive over. It's a great start for the men in yellow. It's 19 for no loss. It's a perfect start here for the Dubai Royals. Already 19 on the board. I kept on saying that even 200 at times on this wicket is not all that enough. It's a wise move. Usually do see Rohan Mustafa introducing himself into the attack. But when you have Sanjay Pahel on your side, you really need to introduce him early into the attack. Of course, with the new ball, at least give him a couple of overs and see what he has in store. He's somebody who can swing the ball both ways. A very deceptive bowler. Good start. Struck a huge maximum in the first innings. Useful 6 runs from him, but now all eyes on his bowling abilities. Yeah, that was a very good delivery. Should be only a single. In fact, Hamid Khan wants the second. Very good running. These 6 overs are going to play such a vital role for both the teams. It will really either side. They need to see the back of these two early on. They've got some very strong batters to come in next. Of course, they have the dangerous Junaid Shamsu. Then they've included Rais Ahmed as well. So they've strengthened their top order batting on a batting friendly wicket. Oh, that's gone a mile away. That's a huge hit. He's really made it disappear from his presence, and Sanjay Pahel needs to realize on this wicket, bowling a shot to somebody like Hamid Khan, you're asking for trouble. That's a mighty hit. It's gone for a maximum, so they're having a really good start at the moment. Hamid Khan alongside Ronak Panoli, two destructive openers out there in the centre. So it was a good decision, I believe, by the captain winning the toss, wanted to bowl first. Yes, GHK do have the runs on the board, but as I keep on saying, there's nothing much happening off this wicket. And after you get such kind of a start, it really takes a lot of pressure from your middle order batters to come in next. Change in the field, they opted to push back the mid wicket, so they do have a deep mid wicket alongside a deep third man in position. Mind you, it's the last group stage game in this tournament. We're going down to the business end tomorrow onwards. The quarterfinals start tomorrow at 5 p.m. local time. Beautifully bowled. Nothing much he could have done on that occasion. In fact, the keeper has made a mess of it, and they have stolen a single. So at the moment, nothing seems to be working for them. And that's the way he plays, Hamid Khan. I mean, on his given day, it's really difficult to stop that man. And he doesn't care who's bowling at him. He really likes space on the ball. And Sanjay Pahel, he's somebody who can really generate through the air. But Khan, on his given day, it's very difficult to get away from him. Well, this is such a great shot by Ronak Panoli. The way he's come onto the ball and how quickly has he read the length. He's such a special talent. Look at this. It just looked like he had all the time in the world, and this is such a tough shot to execute. Ronak Panoli making it look so simple, and he has slashed it for a huge maximum, of course, reminding us that great shot which Virender Sehwag played against Shoaib Akhtar, slashing him towards the deep point, and exactly the same we're witnessing by Ronak Panoli. Yeah, he's a fierce striker of the ball. It's an absolute treat to watch when he gets going. Another big over already. Well, that is such a tremendous ball by Sanjay Pahel. He's knocked the stumps, and Ronak Panoli, he's been bamboozled. Yeah, I think it did hold up into the surface and never really arrived at Ronak Panoli. Well, that's a massive moment in the game. Sanjay strikes his 34 for 1. Well, they've got rid of the dangerous Ronak Panoli early in this innings. Well, it was an expensive over now. Another very interesting move. Usually we don't see Umair Ali Khan being introduced into the attack, but this man, he's got a lot of variations under his sleeve, mind you. Hamid Khan will surely look to go big against him, which he does on the very first ball. It's not gone too far. This is high up in the air. And he puts it down. Well, can you believe it? He had all the time in the world to get into a good position, but you cannot afford to drop Hamid Khan early in the contest. And that's exactly what they've done. That was a very good ball. You could see the roll of the fingers. It never really arrived at Hamid Khan, and he's made a mess of it. In fact, it was going towards the boundary as well. You need to get hold of onto these catches. That was an easy chance. Again, it's a big shot. How far has this gone? Not far enough. And Rohan Mustafa just telling his teammates how it's done. But this is great leadership by Rohan. He introduced Umair Ali Khan against Hamid because he knows that Hamid is somebody who wants space onto his bat, and Umair doesn't provide any whatsoever. So both the openers, who did show a lot of promise, have departed in the third over. It's 36 for 2. Well, after such a good start by both the batters, they should have shown a bit of game awareness. I mean, they did have runs on the board. Ronak Pinoli, I can't really blame him because that was a very good delivery. Just never really arrived to Ronak Pinoli, and he was clean bowled. Now so much is going to be dependent on Rais Ahmed playing his first game in this tournament. So just before they head into the quarterfinals, this is an important game for Rais Ahmed just to get into the groove, get into match practice mode. But at the same time, he does have a big responsibility on his shoulders this evening. He needs to take his team over the line, where there's still 155 more runs to win. Yes, of course, they do have plenty of overs to achieve so, but then again, it's not going to be easy. Rohan Mustafa, he's got 4 overs. Umair Ali Khan, you can see what he's done. He's just into his first over. Then you've got the left-arm spinner Keshav Sharma. So this is going to be a test now. Junaid Shamsu also is a batter who really likes to explode and go hard. Now the question is as to, can he be a little patient in the middle? Because he's aware that they've lost 2 of their main batters, Hamid Khan and Ronak. Yes, they did get off to a good start, but just couldn't convert it into a big one this evening. So it's going to be interesting as to how Junaid plays. Oh, they're asking the question. It's a loud appeal. He's pleading to the umpire. And the umpire seems to be unmoved. That was a very close call. And they think they had a serious case of getting LBW. It's worth a watch again. I think it would have missed the leg stump. Yeah, I think Umair just got a little carried away. And I believe the umpire has made the right call. There was enough doubt. You can see that the ball, after pitching, clearly it was going down the leg side with an angle. So that itself puts a lot of mind into the mind of the umpire. So, I mean, you don't have the DRS system. So you need to give the benefit of doubt, of course, to the umpires. And honestly speaking, that was going down the leg side, period. Good decision yet again by the umpire. Yeah, sensible in his approach. Junaid Shamsu knows the value of his wicket, but nonetheless, what a terrific over by Umair Ali Khan. It's 37 for 2 after 3. Well, he was a little expensive, Sanjay Pahel, but that will be forgotten and forgiven because he went on to pick up a big wicket of Ronak Paloli. That was a very good ball he bowled to get rid of the explosive batter. And there you go. Now, that's exactly what I was mentioning, that Sanjay Pahel, he has the ability to really skid the ball. He's somebody who won't really hit the deck hard and you don't expect him to get a lot of bounce, but he's somebody who's very skiddy. The ball will pitch and it will go very quick towards the keeper. And against these kind of bowlers, you need to be switched on. You need to be on your toes. You need to be ready. You need to have a low backlift as well. Because by the time, if you have a high backlift, by the time you bring your bat onto the line of the ball, it's already too late. The ball is already past the blade of the batter. Beautifully played. They do have protection towards the deep point, so they know the favorite areas of Rais Ahmed. He's by far, of course, one of the most strongest cutters we have in our domestic arena. Yeah, he's been consistently performing for any team he goes on to play, Rais Ahmed. He was brilliant, of course, in the last ILT20 development tournament, which was conducted in Dubai. Got a lot of runs to his name. And he's been the latest inclusion into Dubai Royals team this evening. And already he's finding himself in a bit of a situation where he needs to take his team out of this dig hole. Beautifully ball. And that's what happens if you lose wickets in the power play and when you're chasing big scores. You put your team at the back foot because now you've got 2 new batters. There's always a doubt in their mind whether should we continue with the momentum, because we saw Evos coming onto the bat really nicely. So that's why you do give yourself that leverage, that let's just continue and have the momentum in our favor. Because Hamid and Ronak were striking beautifully and there wasn't much happening. And that's where you tend to become a little more over aggressive and lose your wicket. But this one, he's been absolutely dismissed. It's a monstrous hit by Sunil Samsu. He's such a powerful striker. And bang, he goes. He knew that this is not coming back. It's a vicious hit. Sanjay Pahel just trying to go for the variation, but well picked by Junaid Shamsu. Has clubbed this for a huge maximum. Yeah, it surely took a lot of time to retrieve the ball because the six was struck by the beast who's on strike, Junaid Shamsu. Oh, crack, he goes. But unfortunately, he's hit it straight to Keshav Sharma with the sound of the bat. He's a powerful bloke, Junaid Shamsu. He's tall, he's very strongly built in stature. He's got those broad shoulders and forearms. He's really worked on his fitness lately. And surely he's developed a lot of muscle power. You don't want to be bowling anything in his range. You bowl anything fuller to Junaid Shamsu, even half hit from his bat, it will disappear. There you go, trying to bowl full, and he has pumped this down the ground. Junaid Shamsu gets another boundary. So it's a useful over, which has now come to an end, but that's the power I'm talking about. And already such an exciting start to this innings. The chase is on. 48 for 2. They need to be a little smart in their approach when they're facing Umair Khan because he doesn't give any pace to work with. So you really need to be patient, wait, and then play the shot. Yeah, there you go, just like that. Rahi 7 that he delayed his shot. So it's a really good option to bring Umair Ali Khan early in the contest, and he's already picked up one of the most important wickets. I mean, Hamid Khan, we know the havoc and the destruction he could have caused. He struck 5 sixes in 1 over in the last game. Who can forget that? He was on the verge of striking 6 sixes in an over. Scored 70 odd runs in just 18 deliveries with 10 sixes to his name. Straight to the fielder. You can see Junaid Shamsu. He's using his feet. He's very busy at the crease at the moment, but surely his presence will make a huge difference because Junaid Shamsu is somebody who can really get to his 50 in, let's say, 20, 24 deliveries. That's how he plays. He's a match winner. For his team. Oh, they're asking for it. And now they've hit the stumps directly as well. It's all happening out there. And again, a very interesting goal, but yeah, by the naked eye, it did look like once again it was going down the leg side. 50 is on the board. It's come in the right time, but at the cost of their two openers, Hamid Khan and Ronak Panoli. And they did get off to a good start. And that was the last ball. Yeah, I think a bit high as well. There was an element of doubt. No troubles on the non-strikers end though. I think he made it safely. Showing all his three stumps, Umair Ali Khan. I don't think so he's going to offer any pace whatsoever. This is up in the air. And he's found the gap yet again, Junaid Shamsu. This is a perfect start for him. And you really need Junaid Shamsu to fire in this innings. Yeah, the key was you can see that he had to wait for a long time and then he opted to blast this towards the offside. Gets another boundary. Now all they need to do is just be sensible against Umair Ali Khan. They should realize that why has he been given the new ball? And that is to pick up wickets, and that's exactly what he did. So how about you just ensure you be a little more smart in your approach against. But Junaid Shamsu, he has fallen in the trap. Now this is really not good cricket. I was just saying that Umair Ali Khan, he's been brought into the attack early to pick up a wicket, and that's exactly what he's done. Don't really think it was required, really. He could have just seen off this over and maybe target a different bowler. Umair Ali Khan, he's not somebody who can just blast on every single delivery. It's a brain fade by Junaid Shamsu. He's thrown away his wicket. 55 for 3. And now Mayank Chaudhary will have a big role this evening. He's walked in a situation where they do have the runs on the board. The problem is that they've lost 3 of their main batters. And what a to bring Umair Ali Khan. On any given day, Umair Ali Khan will deliver. And he's done extremely well now. Brilliant bit of fielding. And he's done a fine job by picking up a wicket and also being economical at the same time. It's 55 for 3. Shahbaz Ali, he's been reintroduced back into the attack. Was a little expensive in the first over he bowled. But then again, I think this is the right time to bring in somebody who will bring in all the experience into play. Yes, the two batters, they were severe against him, especially the likes of Hamid Khan, who took the charge and was severe against Shahbaz Ali. But then again, this man, he has vast experience and he knows how to be bowling in these circumstances. Now that we've got two new batters at the crease, Shahbaz Ali can bowl with a bit of more freedom. Raees Khan once again finding himself in a situation where he'll have to take his team out of this tough situation that they've gotten themselves into. The run rate is not a problem. The run rate is more than what is required at the moment. That's not a concern. The only issue is that they've lost three of their main batters, and all of those three were match winners. Now you have someone like Mayank Chaudhary. He will try to steady the innings. He's a very sensible batter. He will look to take some time, will need to adapt to the surface, will look to pick up singles and doubles every time on offer. Yeah, just like that. Because the problem is, if ever so he decides to continue the momentum and try to go for the big shots, which I don't think so it's required at this stage. There is a high possibility you are putting your wicket at risk. And then the score, what they've scored, is going to be far, far away. You're asking a bit too much for the low order batters. Rather, it's Raees and Mayank should take the responsibility and ensure now they stitch up a partnership. That is what is required. Well, this is crashed and nobody really moved. He's danced down the ground and has played an exquisite shot. Yeah, beautifully done. There was 4 runs written all over it from the moment it left his bat. Pure timing, pure class. Raees Ahmed, good to see him getting a game. He missed out in the last 3 games. So his inclusion was super important before we head to the knockout stages, which is from tomorrow onwards. So just after the 6 overs, I do have a feeling, I think Umair Ali should continue. And then maybe Keshav Sharma could be a good option. We did see that Nilansh Keswani, the left arm spinner, he did enjoy his outing on this wicket. There's not much though, but it's just that you need to bowl in the right channels, just get back to your basics when you're aware that nothing much is working in your favor. All you need to do is just be consistent with your line and lengths. This is skied up in the air. This could be a big moment in the game. Oh, he's not been able to reach the ball, Humaj Gondal. I think he just lost sight of the ball, but nonetheless, Raees Ahmed gets a life. Power play done and dusted. It's 63 for 3. Right then, the captain removing Umair Ali Khan from the attack, saving his 2 overs. I think he might bring him back into the attack when the batters are looking to go hard. It's a wise move because you don't want to be wasting Umair Ali Khan's over. Maybe they will just nudge him around, take singles and doubles and see off his couple of overs. But whilst you're trying to score big runs against him, that's where he becomes such a special bowler for your team. Becomes really deceptive. You need somebody like him who will come in and bowl those variations and he's somebody who hardly gives you any pace to work with. We did see even with the new ball, he came in and he was offering no pace whatsoever to Hamid Khan. And there was a catch being put down just before Hamid Khan got out on his, I think it was the fourth delivery if I can recall. And now Rohan Mustafa will take the charge. Of course, he knows the strengths and weaknesses of these two batters in the middle. He will just keep on trying to fire onto the stumps. Of course, he's not a big turner of the ball, Rohan Mustafa, but he's somebody who really rushes into his overs. By the time you realize that we haven't really gotten any big runs in the over, he's already done and dusted, and that's what he's been doing consistently throughout these years. The only positive thing for the men in yellow is that they have gotten runs on the board. So this match is by no means over. 126 needed in 81 on this surface. With this kind of a batting lineup, surely it's possible. But the only challenge is now we have to face the experience of Rohan Mustafa, who's come in at a stage where the built-up work is required from the batters. They need to construct an innings. Need to be out there, ensure they don't take any unnecessary due risks at this stage. Because if ever so they decide that they're going to play a big shot at this juncture of the game, they're going to be at high risk of losing a wicket. 67 for 3. I think at this stage, GHK Properties would be the happier side, considering they have gotten rid of 3 very destructive batters early on in this innings. And Ahmed Ali is going to be the new ball introduced straight after the power play. Rohan Mustafa did exceptionally well in his last over, very economical. Didn't really allow the batters to free their arms, and that's all because of the lines he persisted on to bowl were so precise. So we do have a good game in our hands. Could be in for a nail biter of a finish in this contest. Now Ahmed Ali he's a bowler who I've seen in the last game or so that he runs in hard and bowls quite quick. He does spray the ball at times, but he's somebody who's very similar, like let's say Siam Khan, who will keep on looking to target the stumps, will try to bowl in and nail in those Yorkers right in the block hole. So you need such bowlers in a shorter format. And Ahmed Ali, he at times can be proven to be a little costly, but at the same time, he's somebody who will get through those important breakthroughs. And that's the reason he's been included in this side. Well, that was very quick, but Mayank Chaudhary, he's read the length so early and he got into a great position. Look at that. He didn't have much time to react, but still he's found the gap and he's gotten an important boundary. Boundaries did certainly dry up in the last over or so. So they need to keep up with the required run rate. Ensure the required run rate doesn't creep up more than 12, 13. Then it becomes a little tricky for the batters. So it's that kind of a wicket where without taking many risks, you still can get 9-10 runs per over. Just try to get at least one boundary in an over, and then you try to take a leaf out of the notebook of Mohit Kalyan and Fawad, how they were batting, because they used to get a boundary or a maximum in the first couple of deliveries, and then they were playing around with the field. They knew that there were huge pockets towards the leg side. There were those big gaps where you can just place the ball, and there was always a two. They've taken a lot of twos in the first innings. So that's why you just need to be a little switched on. You need to be one step ahead in the game. The game awareness has to be there. So they've gotten 6 runs in the first 3, and they need almost 10 runs per over. So just have a plan in the mind and have those mini goals and mini objectives. This is crashed, but straight to Rohan Mustafa. That's a big, big wicket going down. It's a massive moment, because if ever so you would have desired somebody to take you over the line, it had to be Rais Ahmed. But after his departure, this is going to be getting even more tougher. Ahmed Ali strikes in his very first over, and he's got the big fish. It's 73 for 4. Nilanj Keswani, he was mighty impressive in the first innings with the ball, but now he's walked into a situation where his team is in a bit of a trouble. 4 down already, plenty of runs required. That was a nothing shot by Race. He was really cramped for room. There was no real room for him to swing his bat. That was a good delivery. He was just trying to force the issue and wanted to clear the mid-off fielder. Very strange shot selection by Rais Ahmed has costed him his wicket. And now again they'll have to look to rebuild this innings. So that's where the required run rate will creep up, because it will now really force Mayank Chaudhary to shift or lower his gear just when they had to look to go big and try to get a couple of good overs into their favor. Ahmed Ali, he struck gold. He's gotten the big fish, one of the most fierce strikers we have in the domestic circuit, Rais Ahmed. He goes early. So this is going to be testing times for Dubai Royals. Yeah, beautifully done. All he had to do is just place and time the ball, and that's exactly what he did. Because it was a freebie, it was a low full toss, and Mayank Chaudhary, he's a smart cricketer. He knew where the field is, nobody patrolling towards the offside. Just a gentle push to get a boundary to close out. A very exciting over. It's 78 for 4. The towels are out, so it's an indication that there is a slight bit of dew in the center, but don't really think it's going to be bothering these bowlers. It's not all that heavy. This is a very tricky situation for the two batters. They'll have to ensure they stay out there in the middle, at least. See where they stand in the last 5 overs. It is that kind of a wicket. If ever so you allow yourself to get used to the conditions, you can go on to get 65, 60 runs in the last 5 overs. It's pretty much possible. We've seen it happen. We've seen what Gorilla 11 did. They needed 36 in the last 2 overs. And it was the heroics of Yahya Ali, the youngster, pulling off a victory out of nowhere. What a fine knock that was. Smashing the fast bowlers all over the park, and they eventually went out to beat the mighty Dubai Royals in that game. So yeah, that's the bottom line. It's just that you need to ensure you don't throw your wicket at this stage. You don't want to be exposing your tail early in the contest. So now all eyes on these two. And every time you're chasing a big total, it's never all that easy to just straight away come in the middle and straight away look to go for the big shots, because you're dealing against one of the finest bowling lineups of GHK properties. This is one team who have been clinching a lot of trophies lately to their name, and yet again they're having a great tournament so far, because they've gone on to win all the 3 games on the trot. They haven't lost a single game, and the way they're going at the moment, they have a high possibility that they will go on to win this game as well. It's early days, still a long way to go. And the other team which has been unbeaten, of course, Abu Dhabi Smashers, having a smashing tournament. 4 out of 4 for them are sitting at the number 1 position in this tournament. It's 85 for 4. More spin. Keshav Sharma being introduced. Will be bowling the last over before we head to the drinks break. Another fine talent. Left arm spinner to a left arm spinner. So Nilan surely will be knowing the tricks and trades of Keshav Sharma. He's somebody, if ever so there is anything for the spinners, Keshav will take advantage and does have the tendency to get you those important breakthroughs. The only problem with this playing 11 is that they heavily rely on the first top 4 batters, on Hamid, Ronak, Junaid and Rais, and of course Mayank Chaudhary as well. But the problem is, if ever so they don't fire, what happens is they don't have much batting after this. You've got Abdul Ghaffar, who's a bowling all-rounder. He's known for his bowling more than his batting. Then you have Wasim Akram, of course, he's a genuine bowler. I wouldn't call him a batter. Awais Ali Shah, yes, he's a power hitter. He's not a genuine batter. He again is a bowling all-rounder. And then you have the tail, Mohammad Taimur and Wali Afridi. So there's not much batting left after this. This is the last recognized pair. And that's something which I believe these two batters will be aware of. So the only question is how long can they stay in? How deep take this game? They will need eventually one big over before they go into the last 5 overs, and they need to target someone. Who do they target? Because Keshav, he's just walked in the middle, he just introduced into the attack. Rohan, he's bowling exceptionally well. Beautifully done. Excellent stroke by Mayank. You can see he's used the pace of Keshav Sharma. His ball way too quick. Offered a lot of width, and he's cut this. That's a glorious stroke. Fabulous striking by Mayank. He's one of their biggest hope. If ever so, they would want to chase down this haunting total. 7 runs so far without taking any risk. Still, they are pretty much neck to neck with the required run rate. So that's not a problem. It's the wicket column which has really hurt them. Eventually, he does well to close out the 10th over. It's 93 for 4. The players will take drinks. Well, still, of course, this match is not over by any means. Dubai Royals, they do have the fire in their batting lineup to make a comeback even from this stage. You can see the required run rate. They have achieved that. They're going neck to neck, that's not a problem. But they've lost 4 wickets. If ever so they would have lost just the 1 or 2 wickets, I think they would have been the happier side. But considering that they've lost their main batters and also there's not much batting left, that's the reason I'm saying GHK properties are having an upper hand in this contest. And also, of course, their bowling lineup. They have some gun bowlers in their lineup, and this is one man on your screen. He's already picked up a wicket. What was that? Clearly, I think maybe just slipped out of his hand. Wanted to bowl too full. Well, that was a huge wide. I think Sagar Kalyan behind the stumps, he's done a fine job because that was always going away from him. But he's done well to save these extra runs. And that's what they don't need. I mean, when you know that the match is at the moment in your grasp, why would you allow the opponents to come back into the contest? One big over is all they need of 15 or 20. And I'm telling you, they will be right back in this contest. So they need to find a bowler. They need to target one bowler and go hard against him. Dilansh can take his time. He's just walked in the middle, playing sensibly at the moment. Yeah, this is good. Intelligent cricket at the moment. He knows there's still 10 more overs to go. So there's no point really to go hard at this stage of the game. Surely they would have had a long meeting in the drinks break and would have had a plan and a strategy as to how do they go about chasing these runs, which is 96. Plenty of overs to achieve. So all they need is one good little partnership. That is the need of the hour. That is the current demand of the situation that they have gotten themselves into. And it was a fiery start. Who can forget the way Hamid Khan started? I think there were 20 runs in the first over without any loss. And even the next over, Ronak Paloli went really hard. I'm not too sure what was the method behind it. Ronak Paloli, I think he was a bit unlucky because Sanjay Pahel ball, such a delightful delivery, was perfectly onto the line of the ball, line of the stumps, beg your pardon, and the ball did do a bit as well. It did cut and also it slowed down. Never really arrived at Ronak. So every time you go on to pick their openers early, you are in a serious chance to clinch victory, because the bulk of the runs usually, more often than not, is being done by those two, Hamid Khan and Ronak Paloli. So if ever so you get their wicket early in the contest, you have a fair chance to win the game after you get rid of them. And also cherry on the topping was that they got rid of Rais Ahmed. That was a nothing shot really. I mean, the way he got out, he would be gutted with himself. He's somebody who's been into these situations many a times in his career, and so much was expected from him, knowing that there were so many overs to go as well. Not too sure what was he thinking. That was very unlike Rais Ahmed. That's one man who has the tendency to read the game, assess the situation, which wasn't the case this evening. I think there's heavy dew now. These bowlers, they're trying their level best to keep the ball dry. So Mr. Dew is now seriously taking a toll on this ground and onto this ball as well. Beautifully bowled. Perfect delivery right onto the line of the stumps. He's not allowing the batters to free their arms. So it's a good little contest we're witnessing. 100 comes up. It's come in at a very good time, but at the cost of 4 wickets. That's the only problem. Abdul Ghaffar to come in next. He's somebody who you wouldn't expect him to stay out there, look to pick up singles and doubles. His actual natural gameplay is to go hard against any kind of bowling lineup. I don't really think so he's going to waste any time whatsoever. So maybe it might just pay off in your favor, but you wouldn't want him to come at this stage where you still need 92 runs. Yeah, maybe when you need 45, 50 and the match is getting closer, it's going down to the wire, then his services will be required. Otherwise, at the moment, you would want Mayank and Nilansh to just carry on at least for the next 6 overs. Second wide in this over, Ahmed Ali. And that's exactly what I did mention when he came on to bowl his first over, that at times these kind of bowlers, they do give quite a few runs because they try to run in too hard, they try to bowl too quick. They are on the expensive end, but at the same time what they do is they go on to pick up wickets for your team. And that's exactly what he's done already, Ahmed. He got one of the major wickets of Dubai Royals. Should look to come back for the second. In fact, they do easily. So it's the end of over number 11. It's 102 for 4. So Rohan holding himself back. He's also held Keshav Sharma back. I think that's all because Nilanj Keswani is out there in the center. He's a left-handed batter. And if you bowl anything marginally full in his slot, I think Nilanj will really go hard at him. Yeah, man, trying to get a boundary in the very first ball. The idea is right. You would always want to have a maximum or a boundary to your name. The start of the over, it releases a lot of pressure from the batters, because then you know that you don't really have to go all out. All you have to do is just ensure you get those doubles and singles and convert the over to around 10 to 12 runs. That's all they need. Yeah, look at the required run rate. Exactly 10 runs is what they need. And they're almost there. So they just need to have the belief in themselves. Of course, these two are UAE capped cricketers. Nilanj and Mayank Chaudhary, both of them have gone on to play for the UAE international cricket team. So they do have the experience which is required at this juncture of the game. You would want somebody like Nilanj and Mayank to take this game deep. And the good part and the good positive signs for them are, number one is, of course, it's a good wicket to bat on. And number two, that Mr. Dew is here, which is going to make it even more difficult for the bowlers. So it's not that this game is over by any means. It's the clash of the two heavyweights in this tournament. And this was one match which I believe most of the viewers were waiting to happen. Yeah, that's way too high. Not too sure if you would have appealed as well. But then again, it's like by given, dealing in singles, boundaries have dried at the moment. Still, the match could go in the favor of Dubai Royals. 87 in, a lot of overs remaining. Quite possible. GHK Properties on the other end, they need to make sure they don't take this game lightly. I keep on saying, and I'll say it again, one big over. And you'll see the required run rate drop quickly. And then there will be pressure on the bowlers to come in next. That's high up in the air. Has he got a lot of bat on this one? Oh, that's very lucky for Nilanj Keswani. So some urgency now coming in from Nilanj. He thought that could have clobbered this for a maximum, but it just got a little big on him. Got a bit late onto the shot as well, but lucky that went into the vacant area. It's a very smart and a clever operator. I think he's done exceptionally well, because he was struck for 20 runs in the first over, where Hamid Khan, the captain, was severe against him. And look at that. Since then, he's done so well. He's now into his third over, and he's given 10 more runs after his first over. Make that 11. So after that one over, he's bowled 11 deliveries, in which he's given 11 runs. Fantastic comeback. That is why he's in the team. Shahbaz Ali, such an experienced veteran, isn't he? Shahbaz Ali. Also very handy with the bat. Usually do see him come up the order to bat, but today his services weren't really required because the middle order batters, they did a fine job. Yeah, they've ran the first one hard, but will settle only for a single. Excellent over by Shabazz. It's 108 for 4. It's a good move. They're not holding Umair Ali Khan back. They've brought him back into the attack to pick up a wicket because now they can sense that the batters, they're going hard, and Nilanj Keswani has gone downtown and he has clubbed this for a maximum. Umair Ali, he's not going to be impressed with this. He's offered pace. The question is why? Because he's been spot on with his variation and it has worked in his favour, but not too sure. He's bowled it a bit full, and also he's offered quite a bit of pace to work with. So Nilanj Keswani, this is a great start to the over. That's what they need. They need good start to an over and then try to cash on and ensure they get 15, 16. Smartly done. We'll get a single and we'll bring Mayank Chaudhary. At the moment, I would say it's pretty much neck to neck. This could be anybody's game from here onwards. There is dew out there. Yeah, there you go. Again, the towel is out. It's very difficult to grip the ball. I just have a gut feeling we are in for another entertaining finish, a blockbuster in the making. And that's something you do expect when two of the most renowned teams here in the UAE domestic circuit play against each other. Left arm bowlers were exceptional in the first innings, of course. Nilanj Keswani did well with the ball. Unfortunately, he didn't pick up a wicket, but he came on to ball at a situation when the batters were going after them, but he really made life difficult for the batters. Ensured he doesn't give them any room to work with. Kept on changing his pace as well. And now he's turning on the heat with the bat, gets another boundary. This is turning out to be a useful over. So the decision to bring Umair Ali Khan so far hasn't paid off. But look at the control he possesses when he's playing these shots. He knows where the field is, and you can see that he intentionally made sure that he plays along the carpet, down the ground. Such an intelligent cricketer, isn't he? This is a useful over already. 12 runs, and there's still a couple of more deliveries to go. Make that 13-run over. Now this is a big ball for Umair Ali Khan. He needs to make sure he doesn't give runs because they've already gotten 13. So if ever so Mayank strikes big on this, this could be a 19-run over. And you'll see how quickly the match will slip out of their hands. This is such a useful partnership. Very smart in their approach. Nilanj and Mayank fighting it out for their team. Beautifully done. Good cricket all round. Umair Ali Khan bowls a good delivery right in the block hole, and Mayank was equal to the task. Very good over for Dubai Royals. It's 122 for 4. Well, it has been a treat to watch the way these two have constructed this innings. And one good thing that they've done is they've ensured they don't let the required run rate go beyond their reach. The required run rate never went beyond 11 runs per over. It was always hovering somewhere around 10, 9. And that's all because these two are there. They've played with a lot of maturity, with a very calm head on their shoulders. Mayank Chaudhary, of course, I did mention, plenty of experience. Two UAE capped cricketers, two international cricketers batting together. So you do expect this kind of innings from both these batters in the middle. Sanjay Pahel reintroduced. This is high up in the air. This could be a chance. And he's taken a brilliant catch. And Sanjay Pahel, reintroduced into the attack, has created magic. He's finally gotten a wicket. And they have gotten the much needed breakthrough. This is a big moment. Just when things were looking easy for the batters, Mayank Chaudhary has faltered and he has thrown away his wicket after such a promising start. It's 122 for 5. So we've got two left-handers at the crease now. Awais Ali Shah, he's somebody who can really take the bowling on. I've seen this man win a lot of games for his team, but the problem is he's somebody who will just look to go hard from ball one. Nilansh will maybe just now try to hold one in. Awais will look to go hard. Yeah, there you go. On the very first ball, he's tried to go for a big shot. Sagar Kalyan thinks he heard something, not so the umpire. And no real appeal from Sanjay as well. But this is such a great decision by Rohan Mustafa to bring Sanjay Pahel back into the attack. Of course, was the player of the match in one of the games early on in this contest, in this tournament rather. And here he is again. He's picked up 2 wickets for his team and he's not done yet. Again, pressure back on Dubai Royals. And this is a very wrong time to lose a wicket, because this is the time where you would want to accelerate and have another good over for your team. But what has happened that they've lost Mayank Chaudhary. So you might just see a quiet over or so. Now imagine if they go on to pick Nilansh Keswani, that's going to bring another new batter to the crease, and that batter should be Abdul Ghaffar, who's known for his bowling abilities, not so with his batting. Yes, he can strike big. He has been doing that in the past. But these bowlers, they will not mind that approach. They would want the batters to really go hard against them. That's where you're really giving yourself a bit of chance by playing aggressive strokes, because still there's a lot of runs almost. In fact, it's 69 runs to be precise. That's what they need. Still a long way to go. That one just ballooned and it has beaten everyone. The batter, the keeper. But Sanjay, he's not amused. he believed a better effort was required. But you can see the ball just deviated when it passed Sagar Kalyan. I think that is what has undone him. Can't really blame him. That's something which you don't really see. It just swung so late. He's got a rice smile on his face. What an exciting game are we witnessing just before we are heading towards the knockout stage, which is tomorrow onwards. We weren't ready for this blockbuster of a contest. Dubai Royals against GHK Properties, two of the favourites to win this tournament alongside Seven Districts, alongside Abu Dhabi Smashers. So we are in for a treat in this tournament of UPRO Summer Cup Pro Edition. Nicely punched, only a single on offer. Very useful over by Sanjay Pahel. Now the question is, who's going to be bowling the next over? I think it has to be Rohan Mustafa himself, being a right-arm bowler who will take the ball away from the left-handers. He needs to back himself. He's a brave cricketer. Keshav Sharma, forget it. I don't think so he's going to introduce Keshav Sharma. Umair Ali Khan, he was expensive in the last over. In the last case, Swani was severe against him. So I don't think Umair Ali Khan is going to bowl the next over. It's going to be very interesting as to who bowls the next over. Could be Shahbaz Ali. That could be one option. He did extremely well. We'll find out soon. It's 129 for 5. Well, still the match is nicely hanging in the balance, but slight bit of advantage to GHK Properties because there's not much batting left after this. That's the only concern. Awais Ali Shah, we have seen him pull off a lot of wins for his team. Can he produce magic here in this contest? Beautifully bowled. So it's Ahmed Ali who's been reintroduced into the attack. This is where now Awais and Nilanj can take an opportunity to really get runs in this over because he's bowling way too quick. And maybe they can just try to create some room and slash him towards the offside. They do have a third man in position alongside a deep point. So those are the two fielders towards the offside. There's a big gap between them though. So just try to create room and go after him. In fact, he's shuffled across the stumps. Not too sure if that is the right approach because Ahmed Ali, he bowls extremely quick. It was more like a premeditated attempt by Awais Ali Shah, showing his cards way too early, and Ahmed Ali, he was smart enough to literally follow him and bowled it away from him. So each and every dot delivery there will be pressure. Required run rate is now above 11 runs. Yeah, this is really good bowling now. These couple of overs have slightly shifted the pendulum into the favour of GHK Properties. Still 5 wickets to go. Nilanj Keswani, he's turning on the heat. He was severe against Umair Ali Khan. Got those useful runs and really brought the required run rate down. But then, of course, the last over of Sanjay Pahel when Rohan Mustafa made a bold move, not holding him back, not thinking about the last 3 overs, 2 overs. He knows that that partnership was looking very dangerous and threatening. So that's why he didn't wait. He opted to bring him early into the attack, and he did disengage the partnership, getting rid of Mayank. Swing and a miss. Another dot delivery. Pressure is building on both the batters. Nilansh Keswani, I think he understands that they need a big over to get back. Wide run rate is now going up to 12 runs per over. 62 in 32 with 5 wickets in the modern era. I think that they should believe they can chase this down. We've already seen funny things happening in this tournament. That's a big shot. Lot of elevation on this. And distance too. So breaking the shackles and releasing pressure is Nilansh Keswani. That is such a pure, clean strike down the ground. Massive hit. And these are very important 6 runs. Rohan Mustafa, he's livid, he's fuming. There you go. I think he's right. I mean, why ball in the slot? That's exactly what he's complaining. The field setup which he's got, the fielder was in the circle and he's opted to bowl full. So, yeah, I completely agree with Ronnie. Can't afford to bowl looseness at this stage of the game. Can really cost you the game. Nicely done. Very sensible in his approach, Nilansh Keswani. Useful over for the way Royals be going down to the last 5 overs. 137 for 5. I just have a gut feeling now this could be the make or break over. So Rohan is decided he's going to bowl his premier bowler Sanjay Pahel, the man from Haryana, the man who's played a lot of Ranji cricket back in India, steaming in and bowling his last over. Important from this stage. I think they just need to be smart against Sanjay Pahel and realize that why is he bowling so early? I mean, we're still in the 16th over. There's 4 more overs to go, so they're not holding him back to pick up a wicket. So be smart against him. Don't throw away your wicket. Do not give your wicket to Sanjay Pahel. That's the reason he's been asked to continue, because we now see Nilansh as a serious threat. He's really middling the ball well. He's gotten his eye in the middle. He's adapted to the surface really well. Yeah, beautiful. Nicely done. You can see that he always intentionally wanted to play along the carpet, so kept it down the ground, knows what is the current situation and the demand of what they need at this stage. Still anybody's game. One thing I can assure, this is going down to the last over, and we have seen plenty of upsets happening in this tournament. Of course, who can forget 20 runs were scored in the last over. Yeah, Abu Dhabi Smashers went on to score 20 runs in the last over, and that is what they needed. They eventually went on to win the game. So it just looks like that both of the batters, they're going for the second. Careful. it just gives us an indication that both the batters, they've had a they would have discussed that, right, Sanjay Pahel, that's his last over. He's a serious major threat to us. And he's been asked to bowl early because they need a wicket. Let's not throw our wicket. If we stay right till the end, I think we will be able to chase this down. On this ground, with this heavy dew, with the heavy ball, possible. There's still 2 power hitters left to come next. Nice. This is really good cricket at the moment. Not taking any chances against Sanjay Pahel. So yeah, it just looks like that they've decided to see off his over and maybe target somebody in the next over. Now we need to see what are the options. Rohan, he's got 2 overs only. We saw Ahmed, he was slightly wavered in the last over. So we have Rohan, who has a couple of overs. Umair, he's got 1. And then you have an over of Shahbaz Ali. Surely he's going to be bowling. So where said he goes big. But lucky that was away from Shahbaz Ali. Gets a couple of more runs. So scoring 7 runs in the first 5 deliveries. They need almost 12 runs if he can strike a boundary. Yeah, that's what they need. 11, 12 runs every over. So this ball, maybe a Wes Ali Shah, you would see him taking chances. Oh, beautifully ball. It's beaten Sagar once again. Now this is not good stuff. That should have been stopped. No excuses whatsoever. They wanted a Wes Ali Shah to strike a boundary in the last delivery. They have gotten it, but in a form of buys, and they will take it from both hands. 148 for 5. Well, it looked like it was going to be the captain himself to bowl the 17th over, but just at the last bit of a second, deciding to go with Ahmed Ali. Now he's been given a big responsibility. Can he rise to the occasion and deliver for his team and his captain? Is the question. False start. We'll have to go back and reload Ahmed Ali. Of course, he has picked up an important wicket in his first over, but then the last over he was slightly wavered, was trying to bowl way too quick, was not the right field setup for the lengths he intended to bowl. Let's see what he has to offer in this over. Strikes and strikes big is Nilansh Keswani. What a tremendous fine knock are we witnessing. This is a match-winning innings, and to give Ahmed the 17th over so far hasn't paid off in their favour. He's been belted down the ground by Nilansh Keswani, and that is a thunderous hit. Brilliant shot. 150 comes up, only 40 required. Now the match is heavily shifted back into the favour of this. Just could be that breakover, and I think that they've decided we're going to go after Ahmed Ali. Let's not wait for the other bowlers to come and bowl. Ahmed Ali's been the one who's been wavered. He's trying to bowl too quick on the surface, and he hasn't been able to bowl in those right channels. So let's try to accumulate some runs. Oh, missed out. It was down the leg side, and Nilansh Keswani would be gutted with himself. There was a serious opportunity to get another boundary. Yeah, that's what Awais Ali is just telling to his teammate. The fine leg was in the circle. All he had to do is just whip it, and he would have gotten maximum results. Quite a few deliveries remaining. Shah do from here onwards. Yeah, just got a little big on him. It was a bit late onto the ball. So that's what they need. They would want Nilansh Keswani to be taking the majority of the strike. He came on to bat in a situation where his team was struggling, mind you. But Nilansh Keswani, he showed a lot of character, showed a lot of maturity, batted very sensibly. Also in the last over, I did mention that Sanjay Pahel, he was into play. He didn't go after Sanjay Pahel. They just ensure they take singles and doubles, and now he's taking the charge. This is high up in the air, and it's the captain himself. He does well. They will come back for another couple of runs. They need a wicket. They need to get rid of either of these two batters, but their major threat at the moment is Nilansh Keswani. He's also on the verge of getting to his half century, which will be a well-deserved one. What a game of cricket are we witnessing. Dot delivery. Each and every dot will put immense pressure on these two batters. And look at Awais Ali Shah. He knows this was in the slot. The ball didn't do anything whatsoever. It just held its line and went straight to the keeper. Yeah, he he knows that this was a great chance to the ground and get Ahmed Ali first delivery, and then he's surely will try to go hard against this ball. He does so. He pulls it away and pulls it away with a lot of authority. Moves on to 47 and has spoiled the over of Ahmed. Too short, and Nilansh pouncing onto it like a tiger. Gets a boundary to close out the 17th over. It's 160 for 5. Well, it was such a fine shot, but Nilansh Keswani is inching closer to his half century. Well, that was such an important delivery. The last delivery, they've gotten a boundary, and now the equation looks better for the men in yellow. 32 required in the last 3 overs. And it's Rohan Mustafa. He's decided, let me take it from here. I'm the captain. I've been into these situations on numerous occasions in my career. And I'm going to take my team over the line. Now, this is high up in the air. Where has this gone? It's gone out of the park. Where's Sarisha, you beauty? What a strike. It's a fierce strike. And, well, he had to go big. And we have seen this time and time again. Where Sarisha gets these important runs for his team. And that was such an important hit. 26 required. Tosses it up, slams it towards the leg side. Chance and gone. It's a big moment in the game. And Rohan Mustafa, the captain, took the matters in his own hands. And he has clinched a very important wicket. And the partnership has now been broken. It's a dot plus a wicket. 166 for 6. Well, the captain has gotten them a wicket, and Abdul Ghaffar, he will need to get on with the game from the word go. Oh, just bowled it short. Another dot delivery. What an exciting over. He was pumped for a huge six, and then he's gone on to pick the wicket of Owais, and then followed by a dot. Oh, that's beaten Sagar Kalyan. It's beaten everyone. It's going towards the boundary. In fact, it will. Well, Sagar Kalyan, he's having a horrid of a time behind the stumps, but yeah, I think there should have been at least a signal to Sagar Kalyan that I'm going to ball this short delivery. I don't think so he was expecting this. You can see the late reaction itself. It indicates that he wasn't ready, and now he's going. He's decided that, you know what, I'm just going to move back high up in the air. And gonna come back for the second. It's gonna be a run out. Surely it's gonna be a run out. It's been given on field. So 2 major wickets have now been fallen, and they have gotten rid of Nilansh Keswani. It's a massive moment. It's a match-winning moment, to say the least, because it had to be Nilansh to take them over the line, but just inches away to reaching his ground, and he has to head to the dugout. It's a slow walk back. He knows that it was him who had to take his team over the line. But what a terrific over by Rohan Mustafa. It's 171 for 7. Well, this is excellent piece of captaincy by Rohan Mustafa. He took the matters in his own hands. He knew that there's 2 left-handers at the crease, and that's the reason he opted to bring himself into the attack. And look at what he's done. He's removed both the batters. Of course, first one in the form of a good catch down there in the deep. And then a big run out. Nilansh Swani, the set batter, going now over to Abdul Ghaffar and Wali Afridi. Dot delivery. Perfect start to the over. And I think this is a good move. Shahbaz Ali has been asked to bowl the penultimate over. What a game of cricket are we witnessing, and by no means this is over, because Wali and Abdul Ghaffar can strike big. We have seen time and time again that they do have those long levers and they can strike big. The only question is, can they handle the pressure at the moment, which is pretty much high. Making a few changes in the field. They're having a deep point and a deep cover alongside a deep third man. So you'd expect him to bowl short and wider, which he does. It's high up in the air. Oh, could have been a good catch. In fact, they fumbled it, then they're going to come back for the second. They need to be very careful here. These players of GHK properties ensure they don't give any kind of free runs to them. There was never a two there. There was a lot of confusion between Rohan Mustafa and Umair Ali Khan. And that is what has allowed Wali and Abdul Ghaffar to come back for the second. 19 required. Still a lot of deliveries to be bowled. One big hit. And there will be a loud cheer from the dugout of Dubai Royals. Punched, but straight to the fielder. Should be only a single. Single is not going to be a major problem at the moment. And if ever so you would have wanted anybody to bowl the penultimate over, it had to be Shahbaz. So who's going to be bowling the last over? Of course, first we need to focus on these three deliveries, because what if Abdul Ghaffar smashes the boundary or then whosoever bowls the last over, it will become really difficult for him to defend. You need to give at least 12 to 13 runs to your bowler who will come into bowl. Rohan Mustafa will take the charge. He will lead his team from the front and say, I'm going to bowl the last over. I've done well so far in this tournament. I did exceptionally well in my last over. And as a captain, it's my job. Yeah, there he is on your screens. The man of crisis. The man who's done it numerous times in his career, taking his team out of this dig hole. He's got a job in his hands this evening as well. Dot delivery, beautifully bowled. This is exciting stuff, to say the least. And Abdul Ghaffar, he's been beaten by Shahbaz Ali. So this is a terrific over so far. Still 18 runs required. The equation will come down very quickly if he strikes one big out of the park. He's got still 2 more deliveries to go. So even if they get 2 boundaries, even then they will have a bright chance to clinch victory. These are very important 2 deliveries. It's a single. In fact, they've ran the first one hard. They're going to come back for the second. No, denied. Rightfully so. You cannot challenge the arm of Rohan Mustafa. He's got a rocket of an arm. And there he is. Need to give him a lot of credit. He came into ball at a situation where there were 2 set batters and he dislodged. He removed both the set batters. This is where the experience counts. This is where you need captains like Rohan Mustafa. He's been switched on. He's taken some very bold and brave moves. And they will now sense they have a great chance. Now, this ball has to go out of the park, or at least get a boundary, which will bring down the equation to 13. Or if he strikes a huge 6, it'll become 11 runs in the last over. It's a big ball loading. Oh, in fact, he does well. He does exceptionally well. Excellent stuff by Shahbaz Ali. He was pumped for 20 runs first over, but then came back and has done a fine job for his team. 16 runs required in the last over. No surprises. The captain is taking the responsibility. And he's going to bowl. He's going to be bowling the last over of this match. 16 needed. Wali and Abdul Ghaffar, known as power hitters. Can they clinch victory from here onwards is the question. Rohan, what a fine bowling performance. Job is not done though. Nails in the Yorker. Only a single. Pressure now mounting on Dubai Royals. Still, it's pretty much possible. I've already seen 20 runs in one of the games where Abu Dhabi Smashers scored 20 in the last over and they clinched victory. So now they need 15 in the last 5. There is pressure, but Rohan Mustafa, he's somebody who is bowling with a lot of heart out there and he's been very brave in his approach now. This is surely going to be 2. Oh, in fact, he's been run out. So he gave up way too early, Wali Afridi. And that wasn't the best of running between the wicket. Good throw by Ali in the deep. Does exceptionally well. Yeah, you can see Wali Afridi very ginger while running towards the non-striker's end. And Rohan Mustafa dislodges the bail. And he was not even in the frame. So it's another wicket which has gone down. $14 needed in the last 4. Flicks it away. There is protection. Will only be a single. Make that 13 in the last 3. Well, this is a great comeback by GHK Properties. At one stage, it looked like when Awais and Nilansh, they were in the middle, they had a great chance. And the match was pretty much in their grasp. And now, Rohan Mustafa, the captain, taking the charge. Now, this is going towards the boundary. It's going to be a long chase. Does well. So 11 needed in the last 2. I don't think Rohan Mustafa is going to get smashed for a maximum and then a boundary or back-to-back maxis is what they need. Yeah, that's it. Brilliant, exceptional performance by Rohan Mustafa. The captain bringing his team back into the game. And now there's a wry smile on everybody's face. You can see Sagar, he's jubilant. Sagar, Sanjay Pahil, he did well. This is a big shot. It's high up in the air. And gone. And that's it. It's GSK Properties. They've clinched victory. And this victory will mean a lot to them because they've beaten one of the best sides we have in this tournament. And what a game of cricket did we witness. And this was surely on the cards. Now you can afford to smile, Rohan Mustafa. He was fuming just 10 minutes ago. But what a brilliant performance. Exceptional performance, of course, first with the bat by Mohit, Sagar, Fawad. And then the bowlers did a fine job. And they have clinched victory, making it 4 out of 4 in this tournament. This is how the innings have panned out. You can see all the batters, mostly, they did get off to start. But just couldn't capitalize. It was Nilansh Keswani who was the top scorer at 47. Yeah, brilliant. It was an off day for Shahbaz in the first over, but then he came back so strong. And then Sanjay Pahil really ran through the middle order. Umair Ali Khan also picking up important wickets earlier. But I think for me, the pick of the bowlers was Rohan Mustafa. He really brought his team back into the contest and went on to pick an important wicket of Awais. Match number 20 done and dusted. 191 is what they scored in the first innings. Fawad playing an exceptional lot of 69. And in reply, Dubai Royals, 182 is what they've scored and they have fallen short by 9 runs. Nilansh Mayank did put up a show. They did give up a fight. But Sanjay, Umair and Rohan bowled exceptionally well to register another victory in the group stage and have won 4 out of 4 in this tournament. Right, then we're just going to take a short little break, and once we are back, we will be all set for the post-match presentation. Stay tuned. Welcome to the post-presentation of UPRO Summer Cup Pro Edition 2026. It was match number 20 where GHK Properties batting first and scoring 191, and they were bundled up in reply. Dubai Royals managing to score 182 in their lottery 20 overs, and in the end it was GHK Properties who have won this game by 9 runs. It's time now to invite our match officials to Preetham to please hand over the player of the match, and it has to go to Fawad Rahi of GHK Properties for his magnificent 69 and very less deliveries, of course, scoring a couple of boundaries and also huge sixes to his name. An exceptional performance by a very talented right-handed stylish cricketer. Fawad, congratulations, ज़बरदस्त आपकी आज बैटिंग परफॉर्मेंस थी. सबसे पहले ये बताएं कैसा लग रहा है इतना ज़बरदस्त नॉक खेलने के बाद आपको?
हाँ, सबसे पहले तो अल्लाह का शुक्र अदा करता हूँ कि इतना बड़ा मैच में परफॉर्म किया. हाँ, बहुत अच्छा फील हो रहा है. सारे इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर है, मतलब हमारी टीम में 2-3 लड़के इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर है सीनियर, और उसके टीम में 2-3 लड़के थे. बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. उसके सामने परफॉर्मेंस करना बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है.
ऊपर से 2 आउट हुए थे आपके, तो आप जब बैटिंग नहीं गए तो कोई प्रेशर था आपके ऊपर, और विकेट कैसा लगा आपको आज?
नहीं, प्रेशर तो नहीं था. उसका कप्तान ने प्लेन दिया था कि लूज बॉल का इंतज़ार करो, और लूज बॉल बस मैंने वो इंतज़ार किया. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह स्कोर किया.
4 मैचेस में से चारों के चारों जीत चुके हैं, तैयार है क्वार्टर फाइनल्स के लिए?
इंशाल्लाह.
आखिरी सवाल, ये प्लेयर ऑफ द मैच आप किसी को डेडिकेट करना चाहेंगे, किसी के नाम करना चाहेंगे प्लेयर ऑफ द मैच?
ये मैं अपने वालिद के डेडिकेट करना चाहता हूँ.
ज़बरदस्त परफॉर्मेंस, ऐसे खेलते रहे, एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक विद द नेक्स्ट गेम.
थैंक यू.
Well, that was Fawad Rahi with his brilliant batting performance. We're done and dusted. But tomorrow, it's the big day. We're heading to the knockout stages. It's the quarterfinals starting off tomorrow here in Tollman's Oval. Do join us tomorrow for another action-packed day of cricket. Until then, it's always signing off. It's goodbye and God bless.